Today we're going to look at the ancient traditions of planting seeds according to the moon phases and the zodiac. Gardeners who rely on planting by the moon phases are convinced that this ancient tradition produces healthier, more vigorous plants with bigger crops. Many gardeners agree that planting by the moon really works. The only way to know for sure is to give moon phase gardening a try. And after all, what can it hurt? And it may just help. Let's learn a little more about how to garden by the moon phases. Gardening by the moon or the zodiac elements is an holistic gardening process that allows our gardening practices to root us to our ancestral path. Even in our modern times, we have the opportunity to follow traditions that have been practiced for centuries. Evidence of its practices dates back to the early civilizations of the Euphrates River Valley, and it can be found in the folklore of ancient societies all over the world. Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote about planting by the moon in his History of Nature. Yet despite such a long history, using the moon to determine the best time to plant and other gardening practices were lost due to modern times and industrialization. But it's time for a revival. At a glance, gardening by the moon or the zodiac can seem like it takes lots of specialized knowledge, or it's a practice shrouded in mystery. However, it just takes awareness of the larger world around you and paying attention to the natural cycles, which is something that anyone can cultivate. Moon gardening simply involves knowing what phase the moon is in, and using that information to know what type of seeds to grow. Can you imagine how powerful it would be to intrinsically know what phase of the moon we were in, like how our ancestors did by simply gazing at the night sky? Most of us know when the moon is full, as she stands bright in the sky, but what about the other more subtle phases? As you have probably noticed, the moon looks different from one day to the next. First we have the new moon that is enshrouded in shadow when the sky appears moonless. This is called a fallow period. This signifies the death of the old before the start of the new, and planting should not begin until you see the first quarter crescent. At other times we see a full moon when the entire face of the moon is illuminated. And of course there are other phases in between. one is waxing or growing with light, comes after the dark new moon and slowly illuminates the moon more and more until a full moon is reached. When we have seen the full moon, the illumination on the moon slowly decreases from the right, and this is called waning, and continues until the moon is fully dark. A new moon is reached again. In the southern hemisphere, the waning illumination will be seen on the left. This is what is called a lunar cycle and lasts for 29.5 days. So how do we know when and what kind of seed to grow according to the moon phase? Full moon. During this phase, the moon is at its brightest with no shadow at all. Energy is drawn down, and after the moon has peaked, the light starts to decrease, which is good for root growth. Plant root crops such as beets, carrots, onions and potatoes. This is also a good phase to transplant any type of plant. Full moons had given names in many ancient cultures. The full moon names we use today often reflect the changing seasons and nature, like harvest moon, strawberry moon and snow moon. Some years have 13 full moons, which makes at least one of them a blue moon, as it doesn't quite fit in with the traditional full moon naming system. However, this is not the only definition of a blue moon. About every 19 years there is no full moon in February. This is one of several definitions of the term black moon. The other definitions refer to a new moon which does not fit in with the equinoxes or solstices similar to a blue moon. When the Julian calendar was introduced in 45 BCE, Latin month names gradually became more common in Europe. However, the ancient pagan names were not forgotten. Old High German month names were introduced by Charlemagne, Charles the Great, who ruled as king of the Franks and later emperor of the Romans from 774 to 814. And Old English or pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon month names were collected by the English monk Venerable Bede in 725. Today, many of these ancient month names have been adopted as names for the full moon of each month. A common explanation published in the Old Farmer's Almanac is that colonial Americans adopted Native American names and incorporated them in the modern calendar. However, it seems that the full moon names we use today also have Anglo-Saxon and Germanic roots. The full moon in January is the wolf moon, named after howling wolves, which may stem from the Anglo-Saxon lunar calendar. Other names, moon after Yule, old moon, ice moon and snow moon, are sometimes used for January full moon. The snow moon is the full moon in February, named after the snowy conditions. Some North American tribes named it the hunger moon due to the scarceness of food during midwinter, while other names are storm moon and chaste moon, but the last name is more common for the full moon in March. The last full moon of the winter season is March, and it's called the worm moon because of the earthworms that come out at the end of winter. It is also known as the crow moon, crust moon, sap moon, sugar moon or chaste moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is Lenten moon. The full moon in April is the pink moon, from the pink flowers that bloom in the early spring. Other names for this full moon include sprouting grass moon, fish moon, hare moon, and the Old English Anglo-Saxon name is egg moon. It is also known as the Paschal moon because it is used to calculate the date for Easter. The May full moon is known as flower moon to signify the flowers that bloom during this month. Other names for the full moon in May are corn planting moon and milk moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. June's full moon is the strawberry moon, as these little red berries ripen at this time. Other names are hot moon, mead moon and rose moon. The full moon in the month of July is called buck moon to signify the new antlers that emerge on deer bucks' foreheads around this time. This full moon is also known as thunder moon, wart moon and hay moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in August is called sturgeon moon because of the large number of fish in the lakes where the Algonquin tribes fished. Other names for this full moon include green corn moon, barley moon, fruit moon and grain moon from Old English Anglo-Saxon. The full moon in the month of September in the Old Farmer's Almanac is called harvest moon, which corresponds with the Old English Anglo-Saxon name, while other names are corn moon or full corn moon or barley moon. In October every 3 years, the hunter's moon is also the harvest moon. Traditionally, people in the Northern Hemisphere spent the month of October preparing for the coming winter by hunting and preserving meats to use as food. This led to October's full moon being called the hunter's moon, dying grass moon and blood moon or sanguine moon. However, this should not be confused with the total lunar eclipse blood moon. According to folklore, the full moon in November is named after beavers who became active while preparing for the winter. It is also known as frosty moon, and along with the December full moon, some called it oak moon. Traditionally, if the beaver moon is the last full moon before the winter solstice, it is also called the morning moon. December is the month when winter begins for most in the Northern Hemisphere, and the full moon is called the cold moon. The Old English Anglo-Saxon name is the moon before Yule, while another name is wolf moon. However, this is more common for the January full moon. The waning moon, or decreasing in light after a full moon, and now the shadow is on the right hand side of the moon and the illumination on the left. This will also be reversed in the southern hemisphere, and the illumination will decrease until new moon again. After full moon, when you can see a quarter of the moon in shadow, this is called waning gibbous, until the moon is again half light and half shadow. This phase is called third quarter. Until we see 3/4 shadow and a quarter light, this phase is called waning crescent. These phases of the moon influence how much light is in the garden or not. There are detailed lunar planting calendars available in print or online, such as timeanddate.com, and I'll leave a link to that in the description. You can also download moon phase calendar apps for your mobile device. The new moon, this is when the moon is in its darkest phase and isn't visible in the sky. A new moon is not a good time for planting, but just after, when you just see the first crescent, you can begin to grow. The waxing moon. If you live in the Northern Hemisphere, the waxing crescent illumination will be on the right-hand side of the moon and vice versa in the Southern Hemisphere. During this phase, the moon's effect on water in the ground is making it more positively charged, forcing it up to the surface, causing the seeds to swell and burst. There is a surge of energy through the plants and the sap begins to rise through the stems. These factors, along with the increasing moonlight, create balanced root and leaf growth. This is the best time for planting above ground annual crops that produce their seeds outside the fruit, such as lettuce, spinach, celery, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower and grain crops. Cucumbers like this phase also, even though they are the exception to the rule. During the waxing of the moon, the period extended from the day the moon is new to the day it reaches its fullest point. It is suggested that the moon's frequency is responsible for pushing moisture upwards. From an APM perspective, we would consider that the moon plays a part in increasing the positive charge of moisture, thus causing it to rise in our atmosphere and align where its potential is evenly matched with its surroundings. Seeds do well during this time because moisture is available at the surface of the soil, and also increasing light from the growing moon is good for leaf growth. Don't plant below ground plants during this time. The plants will be full of leaves on top, with little growth under the ground. When the moon is waxing, this is the time to start planting annual flowers such as marigolds, nasturtiums and petunias. And is also the best time to plant above ground crops that produce seeds inside of the fruit, like beans, melons, peas, peppers, squash, tomatoes and chili peppers. During the moon's journey across the earth, the moon passes in front of all the zodiac constellations. This alignment is used to guide the best planting days and harvesting days, etc. As we know from our horoscopes, each constellation is affiliated with an element: earth, air, fire and water. Earth signs are Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn and are associated with roots. Air signs are Gemini, Libra and Aquarius. They are associated with flowers. Fire signs are Aries, Leo and Sagittarius and are associated with fruits and seeds. Water signs are Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. These are associated with leaves. For example, eggplants are a fruit. These would be planted on a fire sign, such as Leo. Carrots, for instance, are a root vegetable and would be planted on an earth sign, such as Taurus. The 12 signs of the zodiac are also associated with body parts. Aries represents the head, Taurus for the neck and throat, Gemini for the arms and chest, Cancer for the breasts, Leo the heart and back, Virgo for the bowels, Libra the kidneys, Scorpio the loins, Sagittarius the thighs, Capricorn the knees, Aquarius for the legs and Pisces the feet. Starting with Aries the head, the frequency runs down your body to end at Pisces, 2 or 3 days each month, and the frequency starts again. There are 4 signs that are very fertile, and you want to plant when the moon is in these signs. You can remember them by this saying: signs plant thick crops. Signs meaning Scorpio, plants for Pisces, thick for Taurus and crops for Cancer. And how do we find when the moon is in a sign? The Farmer's Almanac is a great wealth of information, and I'll leave a link to that and to a moon and zodiac phase calendar in the description, but there's plenty of others online where you can find what signs rule on what day. Aries and Leo, that's the head and the heart, they are killing signs, so don't plant anything if the moon is in these signs. Then there are a series of so-so signs that run from thighs to knees and legs, which are Sagittarius, Capricorn and Aquarius. And one of the things you do in these signs, if you can catch the time when the moon is in a dark phase or waning and the signs are moving out of the body, this is the time to make changes. Repot or transplant your plants, and on a personal note, things like stopping smoking, going on a diet, starting a new job or moving house, this is a great time to do these things. So to recap, the darker the moon, the sign is moving out of the body. There are 2 phases of the moon each month, the light phase, waxing, and the dark phase, waning, and they last 14 days each. You want to plant in the light of the moon for above ground crops, and when the new moon is in the sky to full moon, that's when you want to plant below ground crops. Air and fire signs are considered barren, a time to skip the planting and focus on weeding and pruning. The sign of Libra is an exception to that rule. It is semi-fertile and good for blooming herbs and flowers, tubers, roots and vines. Weed in the sign of Leo, so seeds won't sprout. Do your harvesting in a fourth quarter fire sign to preserve fruit and vegetables for storage. According to the lunar calendar, root crops such as carrots, turnips and potatoes produce the best yields if planted when the moon is in the sign of Capricorn. Above ground crops like annual flowers and vegetables are said to benefit from planting while the moon is in Cancer. Put very simply, to garden by the signs, you plant when the moon is both waxing and in a fertile water or earth sign. Do weeding, tilling and harvesting when the moon is waning and in a barren sign. One more tip, don't plant on a Sunday. It's designated as a fiery barren day, not suitable for planting regardless of what sign it's under. The occurrence of Easter is based on the lunar calendar, and it makes a little more sense if you know about gardening with the moon signs. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon, following the spring equinox. The 2 to 4 days following a full moon are often the most fertile for planting, according to the lunar calendar. Good Friday is recognised as the best planting day of the spring for certain crops like potatoes. So does it matter? That's always a good question when exploring things in the unseen. It is touted that when plants are sown at the right timing of the moon phase and birth sign, plants do better. They show increased growth, better resiliency against pests, larger harvests and take longer to go to seed. There is not much scientific evidence that astrological gardening or planting by the moon phase has any beneficial effects. Now it's your turn. Test the validity of gardening by the moon in your own garden. Plant some crops by the correct moon phase or birth sign and others by the wrong moon phase or sign. Experiment with above ground and below ground crops. I'm going to try this way of planting this year to see if it makes a difference. Happy gardening!
Hello, and welcome to another APM Research Focus Decoding. Today, we will decode Jehovah. This is the biblical name of the God of Israel. This God is not the creator of the realm and all, which we will elaborate on today. This God is one of the little g's that are creating on a more micro scale than the source creator. Their roles, we at APM Research have been highlighting for some time now. So, Jehovah is also known as a tetragrammaton in ancient Hebrew. In metaphysics, tetragrammaton is a mathematical equation for the essence of the universe. From APM perspective, everything we have researched in the last few years all leads to the same conclusion. There is a creator and a construct. Various cultures have depicted this as a pentagram, with each point representing an element: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spirit we now know to be electrical, with positives and negatives being manipulated and stacked by the force known as magnetism. Jehovah is also depicted in sacred geometry symbols, such as the one we see here. This overlays beautifully on our realm and shows us the energy flow and some very special cross points we have discussed in great detail in the past. The sacred geometry we come across everywhere are also used by Freemasons, and their logo, which shows expansion and compression, which we have decoded, this representing our realm, undertakes to perform its functions. The manipulation of the 5 main mentioned elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. 90% of them probably don't understand the meaning of the logo as we do. It was designed long ago and stolen by the ones at the top of the pyramid and called their own, just like many other symbols. The masses look at it blindly. We, with APM eyes, have taken off the blinders and learn all these ancient symbols and their true meanings. Today, we remove the blinders to the formula Jehovah. So let's begin and learn what Jehovah really means and the little g's functions and roles in our realm.
Y is the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives. This is what Walter Russell's work was based upon. To elaborate further on the Y and how this came to be, we have to look inside the vortex. This is the electromagnetic components mixing the positives from above with the negatives below. This is what causes the reaction that forces the division and multiplication of the sex pairs into what we call electricity. H is the horizontal component of terrestrial magnetism. We have to think of the insides of a capacitor. The equatorial plane is the center of this giant capacitor, our very plane of existence in the realm model. The positives are forced upwards and the negatives are forced downwards. This is the purpose of the horizontal component. It keeps the opposing polarities separate. This is how the capacitor maintains its equilibrium. This can be explained in Walter Russell's work, which shows 2 opposing forces being separated by a third force, which we now know to be magnetism. Magnetism's purpose is to divide the positives and negatives and maintain an equilibrium. V is the velocity that takes place when dividing the sex pairs. There is specific velocity for dividing the positives and negatives. In our terms, this would be equal to the speed of lightning. In Newtonian mechanics, linear momentum, translational momentum, or just momentum, is the product of the mass and velocity of an object. It is a vector quantity assessing the magnitude and direction. H. This is Planck's constant. This is a physical constant that is an electromagnetic action which relates to the energy carried by a photon to its frequency. Planck theorized that the equations of motion for light describe a set of harmonic oscillators, one for each possible frequency. The spectral radiance of a body describes the amount of energy it emits at different frequencies. So in simple terms, this is the frequency the energy radiates. Scriptures tell us God is light. Walter Russell did say there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. That time is now. Open your eyes, people, and see the glory that has been hidden from you. The descriptions and sacred geometries given by every culture are doing their very best to describe the glory of the realm. That glory is this technological glory which reveals a very intelligent creator.
YH, VH. You will notice that H appears twice, but governs 2 different arenas. The first H is the magnetism that forms the equatorial plane of the macrocosm. The second H refers to Planck's constant. which regulates the energy in the smallest units of light. The constant itself is the mathematical expression that represents how much energy a photon has based on its wavelength. We know from Walter Russell that what regulates energy into its opposing components is magnetism. So the two H's both represent magnetism. In this respect, the H's can be likened to the number 1. 1 is an interesting number because it can be used to express the whole of a system or the smallest unit within a system. The first H is magnetism that governs the system as a whole, while the second H is the magnetism that governs the smallest units, as above, so below. Another interesting connection is the Greek letter epsilon. Epsilon is the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew letter H. Epsilon is used by mathematicians in the formula for dielectric permittivity. In this respect, epsilon is the measure of the ability of a dielectric to become polarized. The higher the permittivity, the more polarization can be achieved. The more I explore APM with my colleagues, the more we come to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Such a beautiful and harmonious balance exists in this realm of our Creator. Yet that very balance is in jeopardy because of a select, greedy few. My own personal belief is that this exploitation will not last much longer. We are entering a new age, and the warnings handed down to us are very precise. The way I understand it, there will be a shift in the energy of this realm, and it will not be compatible with the lower emotional frequencies we associate with evil behavior. I know not what is in store for those who continue down that dark path. What I know is that those of us who live in our heart already are in the great shelter of life. Much love to you all.
Although we cannot give this the wording, splendor, or glory it deserves, we can put it into layman's terms for all to understand. What we are highlighting in this decode is the formula YHVH has given us to harness the electrical energy of our realm and understand its mechanisms. All of nature is attributed to the mechanics of the angels. This is the nature of our realm. This is what the ancients knew and the Creator wanted us to understand clearly. Look around, people. You will see sacred geometry everywhere, from the micro to the macro in life. Now, we should be more clear why the ancients called the luminaries of our heavens gods, spelt with a little g, O-D-S. Although they are doing their role creating, they are not the source creator, but a creation themselves, of magnificence and glory according to scriptural descriptions put here to serve their function by the source creator. I don't know if our brains are able to grasp the magnitude of the whole of the source, but piece by piece we can understand our realm.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us again on Cat Eye's Return. Tonight we're going to be talking about FPV's research and some more stuff that he's going to update us on. And we have Gwen Conscious also that's going to contribute some of her work that correlates with his research. Cats, as always, thank you for having us, and you guys carry on.
Okay, let me say something. Everybody in chats, thank you for joining me another day, really. I appreciate with all my heart that you guys are here spending your time on this hangout. I am grateful. Thanks. Okay, I'll give it to FPV back, or Connor.
Yeah, thanks for the support, guys. Absolutely, no doubt.
Hello everyone. Is it over to me now, is it, guys?
Yes, it is. FPV.
Okay. Hello everyone. Yeah. Right, what we're going to do on this one, we're going to show you some connections from the Maya civilization. Christian scripts, and from the Vedic as well. So this one's going to be about some main updates for you. So I'll just screen share this. And give you a little background on main stuff. Right, the Maya conceived of the world as flat and four-cornered, with the directions of the four corners lying approximately in between the cardinal directions. Each corner had a characteristic colour. The north's colour was white, the south's yellow, the east's red, and the west's black. Green was the characteristic colour of the Earth's centre according to the main model. The Earth spins around a central axis consisting of a huge ceiba tree called the Waka Chan, or world tree, whose trunk extends into the heavens towards the North Star and whose roots delve deep below the plane of the Earth. The heavens themselves rotate around this axis on a giant celestial sphere, making the Mayan model of the Earth highly reminiscent of a spinning gyroscope. The main model holds the Earth that is but one of the three coexisting universes, the upper world, the underworld, and the human or concrete world. Unifying these three planes, the world tree serves as a portal between the human world and other two worlds through which the gods pass freely. Four bakabs, or atlases, support the plane of the Earth from below. In turn, four giant ceiba trees located at each corner of the world hold aloft the upper world, which hovers over the plane of the Earth during the daytime. Most of the benevolent gods in the main pantheon, called Axlachon inhabit the upper world, which the lofty branches of the world tree divide into 13 levels. So the upper world's got 13 levels, or layers. The underworld, situated below the plane of the Earth, is a grim place of darkness and decay, very similar to the Mesopotamian land of the dead. Evil gods known collectively as the Lords of Death, or Ollontiku, the bearers of drought, hurricanes, and war, dwell in the 9 levels of the underworld. The Maya believe that at night these celestial planes rotate around the Earth's axis, giving human observers a view of the underworld and temporarily concealing the upper world. Some scholars submit the more popular opinion that the sun travels through the subterranean underworld at night to re-emerge from the Earth at dawn. In this view, each day is a cycle of destruction and rebirth, as the Maya believed that the world could be symbolized by a giant reptile that devours and regurgitates the sun at sunset and sunrise, respectively. Kin, the sun god, emerges from the maw of the earth in the morning, ascends through the 13 levels of heaven, arriving at the uppermost level at noon, and descends once more through the upper world to re-enter the underworld at dusk. Thus kin unites the three worlds of the Maya faith. So I hope you can see a little bit of correlation going on there on this underworld and upper world and different layers. I'll keep playing this clip for you to watch. And I'll show you some connections to the work we're doing with the main connection. Right, the mains have 9 primary gods, you'll notice here. In total, they do have 266 deities. Now you can see the same 9 again, linking to the work we're doing on the grid, 9 primary ones. And then you get the wives, husbands, sons and daughters, and etc., until you end up with 266 of these deities on the grid. So that's actually more than we've noticed before in other scriptures. The main one seems to hold 66 of these locations. I'll call them locations. And you can see there the correlation to the work we're doing. It's telling the same story as the Vedic and Christian teachings. Now with the Mayan, they've got 6 houses. The underworld contains 6 houses, or should I say 6 primary houses. And I'm going to show you the connection there between the Mayan and the work we've been doing, which is the underworld are called Solomon's Temple. You notice there it says there were six rooms involved. Take a look at this pyramid-shaped structure below us again and count the tiers. 6-tier pyramid. So again, some correlation of connecting dots with these 6 tiers, the pyramid or the 6 rooms. I think they're referencing the same 6 rooms that's displayed in this image here. 6 houses, and basically they're the same 6 houses which is in this image. 6 layers below us that contain different rooms that are to do with the workings of our world. That's basically what they're telling you. Now, a little bit more about God 7. God 7, the manifestations of God 7, it's man cool. He's got different names they use for him. Each had dominion over and were identified with a cosmic dimension and later with a cardinal direction and colour. The 7 had innate compulsion to create, so they took counsel and unanimously decided to say the word that would create the new dimension of breadth. Manifesting through the heart of heaven, breadth extended infinitely through the 4 quarters. Its Melkarn, Teepa and Kuku mats mark the cosmic centre with the 3 green stones. So what they're telling you here is between these 7 gods, or 7 angels, 7 pieces of technology, they're responsible for creating what we're seeing around us. Land mass, what's going on in the heavens, etc., etc. This is what this story is basically breaking down. So between the 7 of them, they seem to realise that if they work together, all this can be created. They agreed that creating progeny to populate their dominions was the right thing to do. Together, they said the word once again, the blue-green light of differentiation filled the chaos and their progeny. The seeds of heaven, matter, earth, and the waters of the underworld became manifest. All things were confounded within the 2-dimensional universe, the Chat-Chan, the low-down heavens, where generation after generation of denizens, the seeds of world to be, lived and had their being. At that moment of creation, God 7 knew that any act of creation could be realized only if the 7 were together with absolute concordance of all parts. This creative act of God, the 7, started cosmic evolution. The ethereal differentiated into substances, each attracted to and attracting its opposite, merging into each other, and modifying its own essence into a duality that completely transformed its forces into something new, which balanced in its own innate characteristic. Each was akin to its own substance, the spiritual never changing its divinity, the ethereal becoming ether, the material becoming matter. The Chat-Chan was then a 2-dimensional ethereal world. Generation after generation of denizens populated the intermingled 2 worlds, who opened portals linked them in a harmonious duality, at one end with the spiritual world of the creators and at the other world with the dark waters of the underworld. So that's a little bit about the main beliefs. They kind of, what they're believing in there really is what we're kind of working on here. You know, it's clearly talking about the same grid, the same overlays that came from Nazca, Peru, the same worlds, all, you know, they're all being referenced in various scriptures, and it's all relating to this map and work we're currently doing here, we're finding. So you've got 13 layers above Earth in what they call heaven. Now the work we've been doing, it's layer 1, say, is the sun and moon's layer. That's the layer we've been looking at, that's got these halos. And then we realized after looking at images of Venus, that of course Venus and all the other luminaries and planets and such out there, they're obviously on the same kind of halos, but just at different levels. So we've got a multi-tiered heaven, and it seems to be arranged in layers using halos. And the work, like I said, the work we're doing, I'm saying it's projected from below because the technology below is what's projecting these halos into the sky. CERN being an example, it is projection technology using electromagnetics. And this is what's creating the sun and moon's paths. And if you've seen those halo videos we've shown before, you can see the sun navigating around them. You know, the sun and moon are clearly navigating using these halos. And if you look at the image we showed of Venus before with barium that's in the atmosphere, you can actually see what Venus really looks like and the halo that she's on. You know, you can actually see the whole path in the sky of what these are following. Now,
yeah, you've shown me before. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, so, you know, correlation is that the gods of the layers, well, are creating the layers. The different layers are created by what they call gods, angels, you know, pick a name. It doesn't matter which scripture you look at. The older the better, I'm finding, because, you know, they're not going into devils and this, that, and the other. They're just breaking it down into what they've been taught. And basic to look at, really. And when you put the connections together between the grid, the halos, the technology in our skies, this dome that people are talking about, it's probably a dome shape, but this is not a glass dome. It is electromagnetic halo dome. It's multi-layered halo, dome of halos is what we're finding it to be. What we're going to do now is One Conscience. She's going to show you some of her work, because what we realized was when we're following this network of grids down below ground, the ley lines, or the 12 by 12 grid in that map, it's these are the sun and moon's paths, and we're realizing that it's technology switching on and off below ground that's creating volcanoes and such. So I'm going to pass you over to One Conscience, and she can give you an update on how her work's starting to relate to what we've been doing. Over to you, One.
All right. Okay, so let's start out with the fact that I've been tracking earthquakes for a couple of years now. A guy on YouTube teaches people how to do it, so it's trackable, traceable, repeatable information. So let's start out with a basic path. There we go. So what you're seeing is the basic path that earthquakes travel. It does this every single time. It's repeatable, it's traceable. We can look at it, make a map, and it'll pinpoint the same positions pretty much every time. So what that's showing us is how the pressure is transferring across the plane and how it's activating different corners and bringing in different seasons with it. So we get these swarms up here, for instance, in Alaska. See all the little arrows? We get swarms in all those little places, and with it brings in cold weather, like it just did not too long ago. The same is happening down here, and it'll bring in their summer. Now, I'm tracking this daily, weekly, and I've also got some equinoxes to show you how it swarms out at different equinoxes, showing how it kind of moves across the plane. So the basic path also is They start out as deep earthquakes. Now, typically, the start point, I was taught, starts above New Zealand. I'm kind of thinking about that a bit differently. New Zealand does swarm all the time, constantly, so it's definitely an active spot, and it pushes a lot of pressure. But as for the actual start point, I'm still not positive. I'll have to watch it for a while. Anyway, it pushes around. You can see its paths hitting along the way. When we get to these yellow X's, I kind of call those a reset spot, mostly because I don't have data to see if it goes beyond those points, but down the center there, they definitely hit those spots. They go back to the corners and they start over. Now, as for actual data, that's all I have. I could make some assumptions, but I'd choose not to do that at this time. I'd rather give actual data. So, give me a second.
I can interject there a little if you want.
Okay, yep.
I'll give you some assumptions, guys. Where those yellow crosses are is where the technology rests that's just been switched on. What you're following there is a path of energy leading up to where some technology rests, and it's being activated. Basically, that's what how that's reading to me. But that's
okay.
That's where I'm coming from. Right, back to you.
Okay. So we'll move on. We'll go into the equinoxes. So I have tracked from 2008 until 2017. The last moment I actually ditched out 2017 because I don't have enough data. There literally was one earthquake that I put on one of my maps and decided that something skewed with it. So we'll start out here. So this is just March of 2008, okay? So you can see all the blue is what I'm recording as 50 kilometers or less, okay? The reason that I'm doing it that way is because FPV's theory is that at 10 kilometers down is an activation point, and we can see that because we have most of these are actually between 10 and 12 kilometers down. I put it at a 50 kilometer down because I just didn't want to put that many different colors on the map. But so yellow is a little bit deeper, and these purple ones, they're always 200 kilometers or deeper. So I'm still trying to really figure out if all the shallow leads to the deep or the deep leads to the shallow. I think the deep leads to the shallow. I'd have to track dates to get all that data. So, sorry. So anyway, moving on, there's June. The way it's saved, it was stupid. That's why I have to keep going back in and opening it. September. So we can kind of watch it move. So it's transferring, okay? So I did every year the same as that. I'll make a slideshow once I get a little better at computers to show the actual true movement of it. But, hold on, I'm trying to find my weeklies. My weekly data seems to be way more accurate because I'm doing it every single day. So this would be week 1. I switched maps. So see how all the deep quakes, and this was actually the week of our solstice that just passed, and it was quite a bit of movement. So rather than go on and on about every single map I've done, the point is that we are watching the pressure transfer through the plane. It's activating at the corners, and it's rolling across the plane, and it's causing larger movement. With the larger movement, it seems as when the weather actually starts to come in, whether it's cold or warm. We'll show it again in the spring. We'll show it again in the summer for sure. And the last thing that I was working on was the water currents that go along with everything else. So these are the water currents mapped out. I went to I think a weather.gov site or something and actually hand did these. So it follows the same movement. It you can see it. The blue kind of mixes with the red down here, but it swirls at the corners. See how it kind of does these swirlies, and then it kind of comes back around.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's really all I've been working on. It takes a really long time to do this, but it's really, correlating and showing everything that FPV is saying about the underside is definitely occurring, and we're tracking it, and coming up, I'd say give it a year seriously of following all these quakes and everything in the 4 seasons, and we should have a really good layout of how these things happen, when they happen, and how they happen, and we should be able to follow that with all of our movement data. That's about all I have.
That's fantastic work, Juan. Well done.
Yeah,
Great to see it like that. I'm glad you went through it there, because there's a few bits I wasn't sure of, but now you cleared it up for me.
Yeah, trying to send you photos and show and explain what it is very hard. It's easier just to show you on the camera this is what's going on.
Yeah.
So hopefully now when I send the pictures you'll see a little bit more because of this conversation. So
what I'm thinking now on is, those deeper ones, they could be controlling the other layers. The blue layer could be, the blue layer could be for pick layer 1, say, and the next one layer 2. Yeah,
well,
it's a track.
I actually
we can't track everything.
I have
in the sky. It would be impossible, wouldn't it?
So here is where all deep quakes happen. Just broke down by itself. I actually put them on their own little map, but this is where it happens all the time, every time. Sometimes it's all at once, but most of the time, it's based on which energy is coming in. So the one up here in the northeast, if we get deep quakes there, we see a lot of pressure roll across like the Eurasia area. If we get the deep quakes over in South America, we see more movement roll up on the mid-Europe part. If we get the deep quakes over in Indonesia, the pressure seems to go straight up and hit more right, like dead in China. So there's a lot of trends going on that I just can't quite show at this time all the way because I just don't have the data to show it. But I'm watching it and I'm recording it, so I will coming up soon. Just takes time to get all this data. I have to actually watch it and do it every single day.
Yeah, well done on that. Yeah, great work. I can see the correlation, no problem. And I don't know if you mentioned them just then, but I think you mentioned it before, but fault tracking the weather also, it follows it. The weather starts behind it. Explain that a bit more for the people in chat, Juan.
Yeah, so what happens is, let's just use the example of what just happened as we rolled into our North American winter. What happened was there were, as I talk, I'm going to try to open it. There were a whole lot of earthquakes. Let me pull up the right map. So there was a whole lot of activity going on. And let me open it for you. And we'll look right at this one. Like I said, isn't that great? Because the USGS has an issue with not showing all the data. They don't put it all on their sites when it comes to their old data. Now, the new data, I'm actually going to 3 different sites to gather all this information because they've split it up and made it quite difficult. So if we look up here in Alaska, so let me remind everyone that blue is our shallower, or yeah, so 10, 50 kilometers or down. Yellow is a little deeper, orange is a little deeper, red's deeper, and purple is very deep. So we see the movement up here, and this is 1 week. No, this is I think the week before the solstice, yeah. So we see all this energy up here, and it's pushing down across the United States and across Europe, see it? And at that same time, we were getting all of our winter rolling in and our very cold weather and snow. I don't know about Europe and stuff. I'm assuming that they were as well, but I know for a fact the United States was. Places in the United States that don't normally get cold were getting cold and snow. I've seen people talking on chat about how Tennessee has gotten quite a bit of cold weather, and normally that's a warmer state. Now down here, if you see South America, it has went completely, sorry, my dogs are going crazy, completely with deeper quakes. And at the same time, it was rolling in their summer. So that might have some type of correlation as well as to whether the deeper they are, it's switching the seasons for sure, because we seem to have a lot of deep energy going on, at the solstices. I'll be able to tell more when spring hits, of course.
Yeah, just keeps rolling in, doesn't it, the data? And like you say, they're trying to hide the data.
Yeah, the guy on YouTube that actually teaches people about how earthquakes are predictable, he's had quite a few run-ins with the USGS, and a couple of the professors there, believe it or not, they come and troll him on his page. And he calls them out all the time for not reporting certain earthquakes in certain areas because he has a lot of viewers that tell him, this happened, we felt it, we heard it, we know it happened. And ever since he's been doing that, they've actually been hiding more and more data.
Yeah, they're making it hard to find, that's for sure. I'll just screen share this a second. Have you finished one? Or do you want to carry on a bit more?
No, I'm done. That's about all I have. Yeah.
All right, I'll share this. If you look, what you're looking at here, guys, is the map again, obviously. But I'm going to, if you can see my mouse, hold on a sec. I'm going to put my mouse on screen so you can see. Right, what we're showing you here in the north, east, northwest, southeast, southwest, the 4 corners of the 8x8 grid. These are the portals referenced in the Book of Enoch. These are the locations referenced in the Bible, the angels in the north, south, east, and west. And I think there's also things in these corners here. So this is what when we're looking at the magnetic data that Series is bringing in. Series is a bit snowed under at the moment with other work. But when he comes back, we're going to hook up with him again and get the magnetic data, and we're going to overlay the magnetic data on the equinoxes and solstices, so we can see how what's kind of switching's going on, because it'll actually pinpoint where it's coming from. Like I said on one's work, there's a cross on the screen. You see where the cross is? These are going to be pointing in key locations on this grid, and this is things switching on and off. I know down here there's volcanoes and such, but yeah, so you've got Alaska, northeast Russia, and these 2 locations in Antarctica where all this switching is going on, and it's it's controlling the sun and moon's path across the center of our world. Basically, we've still got a lot of the work to do on the sun and moon. We're not experts on sun and moon yet, but we do know it's coming up from the south and going where it goes, and there's these halos which are located where these small dots are helping navigate the sun around various paths to where it's supposed to be. And as the switching going on and off, this path will change. Now, at the moment, there's a possibility we have 2 suns. Looking at the magnetic data, it's suggesting there's a sun rises here and sets down here, and there's one rises here and sets down over here. And all the magnetic overlays across Europe and such, it could be given as a, let's see, how can I word this? The sun might not be where we think it is because of these. We're looking through layers of magnetic data at where we think it is. But again, I'm going back to the projections from down below. These halos you see here, they're in the sky. We physically central, and 48 externally on these corners. So, but we know there's more than that. You know, the main gods list 266, and we do know there's ones in between these areas that aren't marked on the grid. So there could be more Nazca lines that show where the rest are. I'm not sure yet.
I was going to ask about the man-made CERN, the CERN devices that are throughout the world.
Yeah. Well, the CERN devices. Oh, go on. If you've got a question, yeah.
Well, I was going to ask if you had seen any activity in the Switzerland area that has the CERN, the massive one there. Was there any sort of peculiar activity of any kind?
If there is, it'll show him one's data, and I don't know if it's recording the depth correctly, but they'll be a lot shallower than these older ones. I think the one in Europe, I'm trying to think now how far down they've buried it. You know, it's not on the surface, it's below ground. I'm just not sure of the depth. It's not going to be, it's not going to be 10 kilometers. It's going to be a lot shallower than that. All the modern ones will be at a shallow depth. If one picks up data from shallow depth, there's a good chance it's a modern reverse engineered CERN type unit.
Funny you say that.
You can call them angels, CERN units, gods, whatever you want to call them. You know, that name changes over time and with different civilizations, but it's the same technology doing the same job over and over. Carry on, man.
Right down at the very southern dot right there on the map in Australia, there are always a 0 kilometer that hits right there. And some of these blue ones are actually zeros. Most of them are around the 10 to 12 kilometer range, but there are some zeros mixed in there, which I always thought was kind of weird. I didn't understand it because I'm like, but that would be right on the surface almost.
Is that on that node there? Is it that one right there?
It's yeah, that one right there. That's where a zero will always hit every time there is it's a zero.
That's probably where Ayers Rock is. So, you know, whatever's there might actually be shallow. Might be just below Ayers Rock.
Right. Yeah. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be modern. They've just hit it under a large rock.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the man-made units. How many are there throughout Earth?
We know there's over 20 sites involved in it, but at the moment, I don't know how many is actually being built. I know Texas has got one. There's one just off New York. There's one in Europe. There looks like there's work going on one of the Australian coasts that looks kind of suspicious. I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm not sure what they're building there yet. But I do know also in Australia there is a location where we've seen the sun jump across the sky. So it suggests to me there's an angel down there, and they're possibly trying to make a modern CERN unit to replace the one that's down. Because I'll go back to what I've been saying before. I think NASA's real role is maintenance and upgrading and reversing of this technology. And if this one's down, they're going to repair it or replace it with a more modern equivalent. I don't know if the other ones are playing a part in this grid, or is there some other sinister purpose behind their builds. But they're definitely not telling you what they are. They're saying the particle accelerators. Technically, they're not lying, because this technology does create it creates matter. It's pulling all these elements out the air, and it's creating matter and putting it into the next. And this is what's creating the breadth that the Mayans mentioned there in their scripture. It's creating landmass, basically. This is one of their roles. Other roles is, they generate winds. Lightning's now got an origin of coming from a halo. In certain types of configuration, they seem to create volcanoes. There's a configuration among some of them where they definitely have, they're responsible for these volcanoes. I'm sure it's either that one there or that one there's a volcano. One of these two here.
There's definitely a interconnection with everything that's going on. It's making more sense. The more I look into this, it's just adding up real nice.
Yeah, if there was nothing there, I wouldn't be wasting my time with this. I wouldn't. But I've been looking for months and months, and the picture's just getting clearer and clearer all the time now. I'm not sure, because we're putting it out in various updates and chats here and there. I'm not sure if everyone in chat or what have you is going to click on straight away what it is we're telling them. which I would then say go and watch some of our videos that we've made, and try and follow it through. The first one I made, it's like a 30-minute introduction to this kind of work.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
The video, the first video we released, it's like a 30-minute introduction to this kind of work.
Oh yeah.
So what you're best doing is watching that, and then try and watch some of the ones we made after, and try and pick up what we're telling you. But what we're telling you is all the various scriptures from different religions are telling the same story, and it's all panning out to be this underworld and the above world. And what it looks like to us now, it's technologically driven, and there's switching going on, which is what one's tracking.
Yeah.
This earthquake pressure and data is this technology in operation.
How long is it for the first? Do you remember?
It's about 29 minutes. 29 minutes.
But is it just? It's not the Sun and Moon group, right? It's just the.
No, it's not Sun and Moon group. It's the 30-minute one I made myself. Where I originally showed it there on yours.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we can show that those that haven't seen it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to show it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to run it? It'll take about 20 odd minutes.
Because really, it's to show that where we started. Well, has the research on it, and how far you have, been researching, basically. So it's a start where we all started.
Yeah, well, she's basically saying you've updated information, and we just want to get people up to speed with what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having said that, before we do that, though, I just had a quick question about the New Zealand activity. To one, you're saying that there's it's a very active spot. Why do you think that's going on there? You think there's some sort of CERN device there, or there's a halo?
Well, honestly, I was just talking about this earlier, and I wonder, well, I don't know. It's got to be like some kind of a technology or something down there, because it's always hit with those deep quakes, and that is the place where there's two places that you get the deepest quakes, and north of New Zealand is one of them. And I'm talking the biggest I've seen now is actually 640 kilometers deep. I think before I had only seen myself like a 560 kilometers. Recently, I've seen a 640 kilometer deep one hit there.
Didn't they just have one?
Sorry?
Didn't they just have an earthquake not long ago?
Oh, yeah, they have earthquakes all day long. In my weekly ones, when I get, a little more, this will be my 4th week doing it. But I pretty much have to color the whole thing blue every week, because there's just so many earthquakes it just fills it up. And after it fills up, I just kind of leave it. I mean, what else am I going to do unless a deeper one hits? And then change the color a little bit. But other than that, it just fills up. It's completely swarmed out. The reason that I've heard other people say, and it is in the news, you guys can look it up, is that New Zealand is actually rising. Now, whether or not it's rising or maybe waters are receding would be probably another debate that I'm not really ready to go into right now, but sorry to
interrupt. Isn't it the Ring of Fire, where it connects, where all the Ring of Fire they're always talking about?
It's not actually a ring, it's the equator line, really. It's a straight line across the world on the flat plane.
Yeah, but they always say that's what it is, the Ring of Fire.
Well, that's to support the globe. It makes a ring around the globe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the New Zealand is, it's like right on the edge. It's not really even it's not even in the Ring of Fire, really.
Right.
If you go look it up, you can look it up, and there's articles about, they call it Zealandia. The land is actually rising every year, and they're tracing it, and they just had an earthquake not too long ago that hit, and the land rose 6 feet from one earthquake. And there's videos showing people in New Zealand, being like, look, this land wasn't here yesterday. Now it's 6 feet up, and they're standing in front of it. So these deep, deep earthquake areas are literally rising the land. They really are. The pressure's coming in from the underside, and it's pushing it up. So,
Wow. Yeah. That's pretty awesome stuff.
yeah.
Creating landmass as it goes.
Yeah. Well, it seems like, a lot of these where it's active with these halos, the land masses seem to be higher. Just like you said, like Antarctica has some really, really high elevations there. On your maps there, on the stuff that the maps that Series has given you that he shared.
Yeah, the elevation in Antarctica is a lot higher than the rest of the world. It kind of looks down on the rest of the world. And the highest mountain in the world is not Everest either. It's located on Antarctica. That's what Series elevation data showing. The highest mountain in the world is actually Antarctica.
Yeah, so then I also have another theory I've been working on, but I'll have to go to a whole nother site, of course, to track this one. But there's things called microquakes, and they actually roll across the plane all the time. And when they're registered as zeros and ones, which I found very interesting because that's the, code for the binary code. It's the code to create programs and such, right? And I just thought it was kind of weird that that is a constant flow. And then as it starts to pick up, they get bigger and bigger. And that's when the energy's rolling through for, season change time or whatever. But we all have this constant 0 and 1 code, energy flowing beneath us all the time.
Might be worth dropping them numbers into like a binary to ASCII converter, just to see what let's see if there's any equations pop out of that.
Well, I don't know. That's.
I've thought that before. These crop circles, some of them are that intricate and point the finger at us at what we would call technology. It crossed my mind if they created GMO crops to try and eradicate this either nature or technology producing these crop circles. That's crossed my mind before.
Yeah. And then kind of off topic, but I read a magazine piece today and I was kind of looking through it to see what kind of propaganda, because I don't really buy magazines or anything, but there is a printer that will print out cooked food now. Have any of you heard of that? It's called a 3D printer. It's called a 3D food printer, and you put the ingredients in little test tubes inside of it, and you tell it how to make it, and it comes out prepared, cooks it as it's printing. So you want to talk about some GMO? I mean,
yeah.
Well, someone told me earlier they've put into their printer designs to create a bigger printer. So they can build a bigger printer by printing the larger parts.
Oh boy.
You print the 3D car soon.
Yeah, well, that blew my mind. I was sorry.
Crazy, isn't it? Where's it leading to, this technology?
Yeah, I know. Next thing you know, you'll be printing out your girlfriend.
If not already, yeah. Hey, jumping back to the research anyway. Any questions from you guys on the panel or people in the chat on the main presentation or anything where one's been going through there? It's probably a lot to absorb one's data, but if you've been following...
I have a quick question regarding the world tree. You think that might be the tree that was talked about in ancient times, the tree of life, the tree that's at the center of the flat earth?
Right. The tree starts at 0.0 and it's the grid, it's the electricity. The 4 rivers are actually the 4 cardinal directions of energy, as far as I can see now. It's relating to technology, and the tree of life is this electrical energy. And it spreads out from 0.0. 0.0 being the creator of it, which, yeah, I think we missed the last one, but Santos identified it as Brahma, the creator. So whatever this technology at the heart of the being is, it's called Brahma. Or pick a religion. That name will change with different religions, I guess.
You're right. Yeah,
that's the Garden of Eden at 0.0.
Yeah, I've heard him say that before. Yep.
Yeah, when you look through some of the scriptures, there's a lot of them put the the Garden of Eden at 0.0 at the centre of the world, when, well, you know, the North Pole, or what people's putting Mount Meru as the centre of the world, it's not correct. It's where we're finding it here on this grid. So, you know, see these, I'll say again, see these as maps 0.0, the same location as the middle of this grid, the same location as one Constance has traced biblical scripture to. And
Yep.
Google Earth, you know, it's in Google Earth, they call it 0.0. It's all pointing at the same place.
Yeah, I have another question for One Conscious about pressure changes. You were saying that the weather currents, it follows the movement with pressure changes. Is that what you were saying? Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, I can try. That one's still kind of new for me, but because I haven't looked into it as much.
Okay.
I've been really wrapped up with these quakes. So let me just show you the map of water. And what this is not weather. This is actually the water currents. I started on the weather and I really got wrapped up with these earthquakes. But anyway, so this is just transferred by my hand from the National Weather. I don't remember which site I went to, but it was one of those where they have the live feeds and the water, you know, flow and stuff. But so what you see is where it's swirling here. Let me find my pencil. So
I think the site is called NOAA. It's an acronym. I could be wrong though, but carry on.
yeah. So right here where it swirls, see that? These are spots that these are like our termination points. So we also have one here at our 0.0. It goes perfectly around it. It also starts the flow. You know, we have these really perfect spots, and they're the places that are getting hit all the time with these earthquakes. You know, right here, the pressure seems to go in several different directions. That's how the earthquake pressure goes as well. So that's what I'm trying to correlate, is that these water flows also follow this energy flow, these paths. They're set paths. And, you know, storms come along, and sure, it'll switch the current and this and that. But what I want to try to correlate is when the currents do switch and they are, you know, they go into a different direction, is the flow switching at that point also. So it's kind of an ongoing project.
Yeah, I've heard about that on the West Coast, where the current would go one direction and then it would change at a certain time of the year, like. And we all thought maybe it was because the Earth is a spinning ball and we're on an axis and all that mumbo jumbo, and you just kind of scratch your head and like, well, kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure. You know, same thing with the East Coast, same thing. It changes direction.
I think it's the changing of the pressures. You know, the activating and deactivating.
Yeah, it makes more sense when you see it that way. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, thanks for.
Here's the ring of fire, guys. See it? It's a straight line. On this map, it's a straight line. You know, it's only a ring if you make a globe, so it'll wrap around the world. But yeah, that's your ring. That's what they call the ring of fire.
That's pretty cool. You showed that.
But if you look on the map we're using, that's your east to west alignment. It looks like it's live all the time, generating heat to me. Like it's always switched on. That's that's where you're getting them warm spots.
Did you guys see that video? I wish I could remember the name of the channel. They put a video up about the December 21st, well, the winter solstice lightning, and it was seen all throughout the world. There's cams that have caught it at a particular time, right at about the winter solstice, and it just like this jolt of energy was just shot throughout the whole plane, and it's recorded. Somebody put a video. I don't know how spot on it is, but it makes me think about what you guys are talking about, you know, things switching on and off and stuff like that.
That's all we can translate it to, really, the technology going on and off. You can see the signaling on that mimic map when it seems to activate certain things. The question there in chat off Ginger at Cat Size Return or FPV. You have said technology or angels being at certain points. If an angel, wouldn't that make it a fallen angel? Well, thinking about the word fallen, I think you should really replace that word with buried. You know, they've been buried below ground. It's all in the subterranean level. So fallen possibly means, you know, not fallen, but below ground. I think you have to go back to words they used in those times. They had more meanings for words than we have now. You know, fallen, whatever word they translated into fallen would be translated into buried, below ground, etc., etc. You'd have to look at that particular word. But that's how I would word it. It's not fallen as such, it's buried or hidden even, you know.
Yeah, but in the Bible, it describes fallen angels, which like the angel that wanted to be stronger than our Heavenly Father, our Creator. That's why he got punished and thrown down to earth. And with his angels that followed him. So that's why they call them fallen angels.
Right, so they're the ones Scripture would probably call the evil or bad ones, like Lucifer or Satan and such, yeah?
Yeah, but they're also called angels. No matter what, they were angels.
Yeah, well, I would call them all angels, you know, whatever it is that's running all this. We call them angels, the Mayans called them gods, other people call them deities, whatever you want to call them, really. That name's going to keep changing all the time. It's always doing the same. It's always doing the same role, and there's different configurations. You know, you have to look into what that story's really telling you. It's not telling you about, you know, like people fighting and arguing. It's about this technology being fine-tuned to work in harmony with the rest of them. They've all been like that story I mentioned earlier of the Mayans. The seventh god realized that when a certain seven worked together, they started creating. So it's the union of all these working together is what's generating creation. You know, they were trying to create breadth to the world. So this technology working in harmony with one another, they're doing exactly that role. So it's you know, it's translating to me as they basically were fine tuning things. They obviously named them, or you know, I don't know what the original names are. It seems to keep changing whichever script you're looking at.
No.
But it's always seems to be relating to that. And like I said, you have to look at the wording and how they're translating it and who's translating it. Even, you know, they must know all this exists because, you know, I think that's their real role. Obviously, reverse engineer it with these CERN type units. So yeah, they know how it works and they're just keeping it to themselves. Really, that's what it's showing me.
So do you think...
Hi, all. How you doing?
Hello.
Good.
Hey, Dred. Welcome.
Hey, good to see you.
You made it. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Just chilling. See, this is what it looks like. We got hit by snow pretty hard here. I'll show you what it's a little snowy. But my Mustang didn't have any snow on it, thank fuck. It was covered. Shit's melting off pretty fast, I think. But anywho, how are you guys doing?
Are you keeping up with what we're doing here, Dred, yeah?
Am I sorry?
Are you keeping up to date with the research we're doing, yeah?
I'm trying to. I have a few questions about your map. I'm sure you've explained it half a dozen times already, but I'm still I'm still learning and figuring it out. Yeah, it's very interesting. I like what you're doing. I mean, it makes sense. But okay, so the Nazca Lines, where do you think? And I don't expect an answer, but where do you think they came from?
I think there were people mapping out how it worked in their time. You know, what I'm doing here is what it's what someone's done on a larger scale. They've worked out how it works, and they've made blueprints and left them carved into the rock for future generations to discover, I guess. That's what it looks like to me, anyway. Yeah, blueprints, you know, it's been mapped out. If you look on the seabed, you Google Earth, you'll start seeing telltale traces of certain things like that. You know, them lines aren't confined to Nazca. They go all around the world. It's been mapped out. So yeah, you know, that could be a previous generation of flat earthers telling their story.
Very interesting.
whoever put them there, they were very technical and clever. You know, they are definitely blueprints.
I'm under a firm belief that there was an ancient civilization, people that were advanced, right? No, maybe not advanced in the sense of what we term to be advanced, a different technologically advanced race of people, right? Maybe perhaps that actually had true knowledge, like the knowledge that we're starting to uncover, they were masters of, probably, you know, perhaps melting stuff like melting granite into a liquid and reforming it, pouring it, reforming it into these massive stones that we see perfectly side by side with each other. There's just so many of these technological feats that these ancient cultures had, right? And they're amazing, and we can't seem to duplicate them today.
Exactly.
So it makes you wonder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'll show you these. I don't know if you noticed them when I played it before. I'll show you these stones that the man's carved. Now, take a good look at the detail on these stones and what it's actually showing you. Can you see that? You see the gearing? It's blatantly obvious, isn't it? Look at the gearing there.
That's a gear, dude.
Yeah, look at those. You know, I've never seen these images before ever. I was just browsing
for a water wheel.
Today.
It could be driving electricity, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, it looks like a battery, some kind. I don't know.
I really hope they're authentic. You know.
Yeah,
it's hard to say. When
you look at look at all the main carvings. You know, they're pretty technical. They haven't actually decoded the full language of theirs, or you know, these geoglyphs or hieroglyphs, or whatever you want to call them. They haven't fully decoded them, or so they say. But you know, when you start seeing things like that, and you look at a lot of the carvings that they did, they're clearly they were very technically minded, in my opinion. They knew how the world worked. You know, that thing I read out earlier tells me they knew exactly how it worked.
Very cool. So, what do you suppose is above us in your model?
Above us is halos, various layers of halos that's controlling all the luminaries. What we see in the sky is a light show projected from below. Everything in the sky is projected from technology below. You know, look at CERN's configuration. You've got a big circuit below ground, yeah? Now imagine.
No, that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me as far as the stars go.
Yeah.
The sun and the moon? I don't know.
The sun and the moon
is something else.
It's the first layer. They're on the first layer. Well, their halos are on the first layer, I should say. What the sun and moon are, I have no idea. I just know they're following that first layer of halos and the grid lines. I couldn't tell you what the sun and moon are. I have no idea. I just know they're using these halos to navigate the skies. And everything else above that layer is doing exactly the same.
Huh.
You know, all the orbits, everything, they've all got their own layers and their own paths to follow. That's what it looks like to me.
It kind of reminds me of the, you guys ever heard the, I don't know how to describe it, the map of reality, or how it's laid out, like how Santos Bonacci has laid out these layers of reality. I don't know how many there are, 7 or 8 layers of reality or something to this world. I'm not an expert on his work, but it kind of reminds me.
Santos must have been researching all the same kind of research, really, to get his conclusions. You have to look at all scripture, not just one. And that's what I've been doing in the last one.
Yeah.
I showed the links between the Vedic scripture on this grid. This one's about the main connection and how its gods relate to this grid. And, the Christian one's panning out to be the same. Everyone's telling the same story, and it's all pointing at this grid.
Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel from APM Research. This video is to help you identify the various parts of the halo we are seeing in our skies. This video by China Miss Jones captures what we call the vertical halo.
It is a perfect circle around our Sun, and it is not always visible to everyone at the same time. This may be due to particulates in the atmosphere, chemtrails, distance, and even the angle it is viewed from. This video by One Conscience captures the horizontal halo where it is plain to see the Sun itself is attached to. We can relate this to Ptolemy's epicycles. Ptolemy not only factored in the Sun's movement, but also the object our Sun is attached to. Notice this capture has no nodes visible on the horizontal halo. This capture, also by One Conscience, captures what we call node 8. You will see over the course of this video there are 8 nodes total on the Sun halo. The reason it looks like this is because we are seeing it from a side profile instead of the bottom view we usually see. As the Sun comes down on the horizon, we start to see a different perspective of what we are really looking at. There are always 2 nodes very prominent on the horizontal halo, and these are where the vertical halo attached to it. Sometimes you can see 1 node, other times you may see 2. This is what some people confuse as 2 or 3 suns. Notice in this video we can see some of the horizontal halo's nodes visible. This now gives us this profile. Notice node 1 is very close to the Sun, and it is not visible due to the Sun's intensity. This is part 1 of a 2-part video, as there is more to see and do and add to this model of which I am recreating. The reasons we are seeing them is due to ice crystals in the atmosphere. They reveal the true nature of our Sun as the trapped frozen light particles try to interact with it. This of course highlights the true profile of what our Sun really is. An electromagnetic projection 90 degrees above its source. We are basically seeing parts of the inside of our Sun's projector. This is why they try to chemtrail our Sun to stop ice crystals forming so you do not see this.
Stanford University.
This program is brought to you by the Stanford Humanities Center. For more information, please visit us at shc.stanford.edu.
Good evening. My name is Grant Parker. On behalf of Stanford's Department of Classics, I'd like to welcome you to the 12th Lawrence Eitner Lecture on Classical Art and Culture, a lecture series aimed at presenting classical antiquity to a wider public. It's wonderful to see such a good turnout this evening. The series has been endowed by Peter and Lindsay Joost, our cherished friends and benefactors over many years, friends and benefactors of Stanford Classics. In honor of Lawrence Eitner, who died in 2009, born 80 years previously in what was then Czechoslovakia, Lawrence Eitner studied in Germany and, fleeing Nazi atrocities, came to the United States, studying at Duke and Princeton universities. At Stanford from 1963 to 1989, Professor Eitner served as director of Stanford's Art Museum, now known as the Cantor Art Center, for a long time. He also chaired what was then the Department of Art and Architecture and was himself a distinguished expert on French Romantic painting, especially Géricault, with a dozen books to his name. In naming these annual lectures after him, we honor the memory of a renowned scholar, teacher, and writer who oversaw the process that raised our university's art museum from the doldrums to prominence, from 1,400 to 33,000 square feet. Today, I'm thrilled to be welcoming as our speaker Dr. Tony Freeth, who joins us from his home base in London. Surely the first Eitner lecturer to have all his degrees in mathematics from Cambridge and Bristol universities, Dr. Freeth spent 23 very successful years in film and television as an award-winning director of for Thames Television, the BBC, and Channel 4 on scientific, cultural, and social issues, as well as medical science. In the new millennium, the television cameras have turned instead on Tony himself for his work on the Antikythera mechanism, the extraordinary device about which he will tell us today. In making sense of this artifact, dubbed by several writers as the world's first computer, I think we'll get to decide for ourselves, Tony is the expert, the one whose research finally led to that aha moment in understanding this intriguing object more than a century after its discovery in 1900. His interpretations, published in Nature and other top journals, are the radical new advances and the definitive interpretations that would have been unthinkable without his mathematician's background, to say nothing about his director's pragmatism in getting complicated projects together. Tony, your appearance today as the Eitner lecturer is a timely demonstration of what stunning results come from collaborative, bridge-building research, and further, that classical antiquity has not finished telling us whatever it has to say. We've been looking forward tremendously to your lecture, The Antikythera Mechanism, a Shocking Discovery from Greece.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Parker. What you're seeing here is X-ray slices through the main surviving fragment of the Antikythera mechanism. You can see all the details of the gears, the pins, the bearings, the arbors, the inscriptions. It's a truly complicated device. It's also probably the most extraordinary artifact ever discovered from the ancient world, and one of the true wonders of the ancient world. It's a work of genius which continues to surprise and shock us as we discover more about it. I have to say I've had a really great time here in California. I love Stanford University. I bought the cap. Yeah. It's got a fantastic logo on it. It says, "Fear the tree." What I've come here to say is, fear the Antikythera mechanism. It will challenge all your preconceptions about the classical world. First, I'd like to thank Professor Walter Scheidel for inviting me to give this lecture, and Professor Grant Parker, who has given me a very generous and warm welcome and taken me on some very memorable tours of the campus. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my good friend and longtime Antikythera collaborator, Tom Maltzbender, who's somewhere here in the audience, and his fiancée, Ali Strand, for their very warm, generous, and thoughtful and considerate hospitality while I've been here. They nearly killed me. They took me to Yosemite Valley, and they took me walking up to the top of Yosemite Falls. You know, I'm not a young man any longer, and I very nearly didn't make it down, I have to say. So I'm very pleased to be here to give this lecture. But it was an absolutely fantastic experience. I'd also like to thank Peter and Lindsay Joost for their very imaginative and generous support of this lecture series, this very challenging and interesting lecture series. I have to say, it's a great privilege to be here at Stanford giving this lecture. And I'm not really sure that I'm quite up to it. But what I do know is that the Antikythera mechanism is up to it. So I hope you're going to forget my inadequacies while you're dazzled by the genius of the ancient Greeks. What I want to tell you is, what I want to talk to you about is why the Antikythera mechanism was such a shocking discovery from ancient Greece. I'm going to take you on a voyage of discovery through the key questions to establish its identity. What, where, when, who, and why. The story starts, obviously, with its discovery, and with a man called Fotis Lindiakos, seen here with his family in a small island called Symi in the eastern Mediterranean, which is a sponge fishing island. And Lindiakos ran sponge fishing boats. In 1900, he sent a sponge fishing boat off to travel west across the Mediterranean to their normal sponge fishing grounds. And when they reached a tiny island called Antikythera, they encountered a severe storm. They had to take shelter from the storm. But when the storm subsided, the captain, Demetrios Kondos, decided to send down one of the youngest divers, Elias Stadiatis, to see what he might find in the local waters. And Stadiatis came up a few minutes later, trembling in fear, and said that he'd seen a heap of dead, naked people underwater. These turned out to be sculptures scattered on the sea floor, along with a lot of other artifacts, amphorae and so on. He'd stumbled on an ancient wreck. So the captain himself went down and found a bronze arm, which he brought to the surface. Now, they had commercial pressures. They had to get on with their sponge fishing tour, so they carried on, taking the bronze arm with them, and eventually went back to Symi. And there, apparently, they debated as to what they might do. Should they perhaps next season go back and plunder the wreck, or should they tell the authorities? And I don't know why it happened, but I'm sure we're all grateful that they did tell the authorities, who organized the first major underwater archaeology in history. The Greek Navy provided a gunboat, the Mycale, to stand by to deter looters, and the sponge fishermen themselves were commissioned to carry out the dive. You can see them in the top right picture there. 1900, they didn't have too much luck because of storms, but in 1901, they started to bring up some very serious artifacts. It was a stunning find. It was a true treasure ship. It was full of wonderful bronzes that you can see here, superb glassware, much of it intact, some jewelry, amphorae, tableware, many, many other objects. But one object that no one noticed or regarded at the time was a corroded lump. It must have come out of the sea in one piece. This is the earliest picture we have of it, taken in 1902. And it was taken along with all the other artifacts to the National Archaeological Museum and set aside in a store of stuff to be examined later. And then a visiting former minister, Valerius Stais, came to the museum and he noticed that it had split apart. And inside there were these gear wheels. These weren't crude mechanical gears that you might find in a windmill or a watermill. These were precision gears with teeth about 1 millimeter long. It was a truly shocking discovery. They simply should not have been there in an ancient Greek artifact. So the key question was, what on earth is this object? And I'm going to spend most of this presentation telling you some of the answers to that. In the early days, there was a lot of confusion and arguments. Some people thought it was a navigation instrument. It had come from a ship, after all. And some thought it might be a geared astrolabe, which is a device for tracking the stars, which was closer to the truth. But as with so many academic disputes, there was very heated and quite controversial dispute, and both sides were wrong. But there was one man in this early period who did make significant progress, called Albert Rehm. He was a philologist, a German philologist, expert on ancient languages, and a remarkable man in many ways. Later, in 1930, he would become rector of Munich University, but he was strongly anti-Nazi, and he was forced out of his job and forced into what they called internal exile in Germany, and he was only reinstated into his job at the end of the war. Back in 1905, though, he started to look at the fragments, particularly this fragment C. This is one of the main fragments. The main fragments are lettered A, B, C, etc. And on the face of this fragment, he noticed some inscriptions, hard to read inscriptions. And he read the name of an Egyptian month name written in Greek. And there were a lot of divisions that were clearly day divisions. So this was an Egyptian calendar. He identified an Egyptian calendar dial in fragment C. He inferred also that there must have been a zodiac dial. And he read some more faint inscriptions on the surface of the fragment, which he transcribed, you can see on the right. And this he identified as a parapegma, named for a star calendar in the ancient world. So Rehm had clearly determined that the device was astronomical in nature. This is a page of Rehm's unpublished research notebooks. He did publish a couple of papers, but the most interesting work that he did remained in his unpublished research notebooks. They're a goldmine of interesting ideas and thoughts. And I've highlighted a marginal note there, and you can see the numbers 76 there and 19, and the word kalipischen and the word mitonischen. This is another page of his notebooks, and you can see the number 223. The fact that these numbers are in his notebooks means that Rehm must have seen this fragment here, which we call fragment 19, less than 5 centimeters long, very tiny fragment. And we sometimes call it the user manual for the mechanism because it describes the underlying principles on which the mechanism worked. I'm going to show you that with a beautiful technique which was invented by Tom Maltzbender, who I'm currently staying with, who was then at Hewlett-Packard, which looks at the surfaces of objects and enhances the clarity of the surface details. And as you can see, the text absolutely leaps out with this. This is jumping ahead in a sense in the story, but it's absolutely a key technique that we used for looking at the inscriptions. What Rehm must have seen was firstly 19 years for the metonic cycle, metonischen. And this is a cycle of the moon, which in fact originated in 5th century BC Babylon. They're named after a Greek astronomer, Meton of Athens. He also saw 76 years for the Kalippic cycle. This is an improvement by the Greek astronomer Kallippos of the metonic cycle. He took 4 metonic cycles and took out a single day. And he also read sigma, kappa, gamma, 223 in the ancient Greek letters for numbers system, which is for the lunar months of the Saros eclipse prediction cycle. And I'm going back to describe particularly the metonic and Saros cycles in detail later. These are the key cycles you need to know to understand how the mechanism worked. In order to understand what these cycles mean, I'd just like to talk a little bit about ancient astronomy. When the ancients viewed the skies, every night they would see the whole dome of stars, which they referred to as the fixed stars, heave over from east to west as the Earth spins in the opposite direction. but they noticed the movements of some astronomical bodies relative to the stars. And these were the sun, the moon, and the 5 planets known in the ancient world. And they all seem to follow the same sort of path through the sky, which is known as the ecliptic. And the reason they do that in modern astronomical terms is that the solar system, these are all the bodies that are close to us, lies pretty much in a flat disk. And these movements were in the opposite direction to the movements of the stars, predominantly. They also defined a band of stars around the ecliptic and called it the zodiac, and divided it into the 12 customary signs that we know of. There's Virgo and Libra. And this gave a frame of reference for defining the positions of the astronomical bodies. For example, the moon there we might think was about 6 degrees in Libra. I'm going to now take a snapshot of the moon on a particular night, near a prominent star at a particular phase, and it's moving relative to the stars in the direction of the arrow. And exactly 19 years later, I'm going to take another snapshot, and you'll see that it looks identical. And the reason for this is the metonic cycle. In that 19 years, the moon has gone through exactly 235 lunar months. That's the phase cycle of the moon, from new moon through full moon back to new moon. So the moon is at the same phase after 19 years. And it's been through 254 sidereal months. This is the basic orbital cycle of the moon around the Earth, the cycle of the moon against the stars. So it's in the same position relative to the prominent star. So this is a brilliant predictive cycle for the moon. Rem was the first person to really understand the essence of the Antikythera mechanism as an astronomical calculating machine. He realized that it used bronze gear wheels to calculate these astronomical cycles. He got the mechanics completely wrong. He simply didn't have enough data. But he had these extraordinarily prescient ideas. You'll see at the top there's 4 coaxial pointers. And this is the form we think now that the front of the mechanism took. Here's another page of Rem's notebooks. And I just want to translate a couple of phrases here. The first says epicycle. And the second says eccentric, in turning it turns an epicycle. Well, what are epicyclic gears? If you imagine a conventional mechanical clock, it has gears that turn on axles that sit in bearings in fixed plates. The bearings don't move, the axles don't move, the gears turn around. With epicyclic gearing, the bearing is planted on another gear, so that it turns round with that other gear. The axle turns round while the gear is turning. It's really an extremely difficult to understand, advanced form of gearing, and frankly, utterly shocking to propose for ancient Greece. You'd expect to have to wait till the Middle Ages to find this sort of gearing. It's a very subtle form of gearing. Rem had these, as I said, got everything mechanically wrong, but he had these extraordinarily prescient ideas. It's 100 years later that we realize that he was correct about this. He left this great legacy, but very unresolved legacy. And nearly half a century later, the next researcher was the great Derek de Solla Price, who started studying the fragments in the early 1950s. By 1959, he published a very famous article in Scientific American. He said the mechanism is like a great astronomical clock without an escapement. At least 20 gears have been preserved, including a very sophisticated assembly of gears that probably functioned as a sort of epicyclic or differential gear system. He probably got epicyclic gears from Rem. His differential gear system became his most famous proposal. Price was very persistent, and more than a decade later, he teamed up with a very distinguished Greek radiologist, Charalambos Karakalos, to carry out the first set of X-rays. To their complete astonishment, they found 27 gears in the main fragment. It was a truly complex mechanism. Now, if you want to know what a mechanism does, a geared mechanism that reproduces astronomical cycles, you want to count the teeth of the gears. And in the right-hand picture, you can see that the teeth of the gears have been marked for counting. Nearly all the gears are partial, so you get these sectors of gears, and you have to make estimates of the total number of teeth on the original gear from this partial information. And this was done by Charalambos and his wife, Emily. And then they take the results to Price. Let me give you one example here. The Karakalos family said that this gear, that's the gear that nearly fills that square. You can see the teeth in the top left corner there. They estimated that this gear had 128 teeth. Now, by this time, Price started to argue with the Karakalos family, much to their irritation, about their tooth counts. And Price said he thought that this gear had 127 teeth. Apparently they were very irritated. They thought they'd done the scientific thing and that Price was massaging their figures. Let me just look at that gear here with one of our modern X-rays, and you can see the huge advantage of modern X-ray technology. You can see the traces of nearly all the teeth there. You can make a very reliable tooth count estimate, and Price was correct about the tooth count. It had 127 teeth. Well, what's a tooth between friends, you might ask? But it turned out to have great significance because 127 is half of 254. It's the large prime factor of 254, the number of sidereal months in the 19-year metonic cycle. So what Rem had found in the inscriptions, the metonic cycle, Price found embodied in the gearing. It was a very important discovery. And Price went much further than this. He described how he thought this gear was embodied into the gear wheels of the device. On the right there, you can see the main surviving fragment with its characteristic large wheel, four-spoked wheel, sometimes called the main drive wheel. It goes round one turn a year. On the left, there's a computer reconstruction, and you can see a little crown input gear, which is where the device was turned from, probably via a knob or a crank or something like that. And if you look on the back of that gear there, there's another smaller gear, B2, 64 teeth, also goes around once a year. Price then said there's another gear that meshes with it, C1 with 38 teeth. I should say this is not an epicyclic gear. I've suppressed the main plate here so you can see the gears, but this sits in a on a fixed axis in a bearing in the main plate. And we can easily calculate how fast this gear turns by the simple laws of meshing gears. We just divide the tooth counts, and it simplifies down to 32 over 19, and 19 is clearly for the metonic cycle. Price then said there's a couple more gears, 48 teeth, 24 teeth, simply doubles the ratio. The minus sign, incidentally, is because each time you mesh two gears, they turn in opposite directions. So this is the basic way the mechanism works. It builds up increasingly compound gear trains to calculate increasingly sophisticated ratios. Then comes Price's 127-tooth gear, meshes with another little gear, E2, with 32 teeth, and calculates, you do the simple arithmetic, calculates 254 over 19, which is the sidereal version of the metonic cycle. It essentially calculates the average position of the moon in the zodiac. Now let me just look at the output gear for this. It's got a rather strange little pentagonal hub with a hole through it. Price thought that this gear then, the output of this gear then went straight up to the front dials, to the zodiac dial that Rem had proposed to show the average position of the moon in the zodiac. But in fact, the gear train takes a completely extraordinary journey, which I'm going to describe. This wasn't a fantasy on Price's part. Here we have in modern X-rays all the gears involved with this. Unusually for the Antikythera mechanism, many of them are nearly complete. We can count the tooth counts. They all check out. This is a completely established part of the Antikythera mechanism. Price also looked at the gears at the back of the mechanism. And you'll notice there are two large gears, E3, E4. And on them sit two epicyclic gears, K1, K2. Well, why do we use epicyclic gears in gearing? One purpose for them is that if you've just got fixed axis gear trains, as we've seen with Price's gear train, then we can simply multiply and divide the tooth counts. We can't add or subtract ratios. We simply multiply and divide them. If you want to add or subtract ratios, you've got to use epicyclic gears. It's not obvious. It's difficult concept. What Price said was that this was all part of a differential system, differential difference. It calculated a difference. He said it calculated the difference between the basic orbital cycle of the moon around the Earth, the sidereal cycle, and from that it subtracted the orbit of the sun around the Earth. Remember, we're in geocentric, Earth-centered astronomy here. And that subtraction produces the phase cycle of the moon, the lunar month. It's not obvious. It was an absolutely brilliant idea on Price's part. Unfortunately, it was wrong. And this, I think, set back Price's research by a huge amount. He became famous for this idea. If you have a brilliant idea for which you become famous, it's kind of hard to challenge it. And he didn't question it or challenge it. He just got famous from it. And one thing Price noticed in the system, there's a large gear there, E4. We call it somewhat confusingly lowercase e3 for very good reasons I won't go into. The Krakos family estimated 222 teeth for this gear, and Price wrote that you might think that this had something to do with the 223 lunar months of the Saros cycle, but in this context it can have no such meaning, and the reason for that was that this large gear pair, E3, E4, went round much too fast for it to have that sort of astronomical meaning, so he discarded the idea. He put together all his ideas about the gearing into a complicated gearing diagram. These are two versions of it, two schematic versions of it. You can see in the middle there the little metonic gear train we followed in blue there. And what it is complicated, it's difficult to understand, won't describe it in detail. What I want to say about this model is that everything else is wrong, completely wrong. His sun wheel is wrong, his differential gear was wrong, his four-year dial was wrong. And this is really where I came in terms of research. I wrote a paper called Challenging the Classic Research, which criticized this model on the basis that it was far too complicated for its simple outputs. It violated an essential principle in science, engineering, computer science, and technology, which is that you should keep things simple. It's sometimes called the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid, is the idea. It's a fundamental principle that everybody in science goes by. But Price, he didn't get everything wrong. He understood how the fragments, relative positions of the fragments, he got a huge amount right, in fact, which Rem had not been able to do. And he put this together into a basic architecture of the mechanism. as a simple box with, at the front on the left there, you can see the dials, calendar dial and the zodiac dial that Rem proposed. And at the back, he said there's a twin dial system with 5 turns at the top, 4 turns at the bottom. That I believe he got completely right, but he got the function of these back dials wrong. After 20 years research, he put everything together in a truly great paper called Gears from the Greeks. By this time, Price was Avalon Professor of the History of Science at Yale University. And this paper defined the Antikythera mechanism for the next generation. It became the Bible for later researchers. Now, don't misunderstand me. I really revere Price. I think he's still the greatest researcher in Antikythera research history. You don't just make progress in science by getting everything right. You make progress also by getting things wrong in an interesting way. And he set the agenda for the whole future of research. When he died at an early age, the mantle was taken over by 2 more researchers. On the left there, Professor Alan Bromley from Sydney University, a professor of computer science. Seen there, I should say, not with the Antikythera mechanism, but with part of one of Charles Babbage's computing engines. He was a considerable expert on Charles Babbage. And on the right there is Michael Wright, who was then curator of mechanical engineering at the Science Museum in London. They had become skeptical about Price's model, I have to say, some years before I had, but unknown to myself. And they determined to get new X-rays, to do new X-rays. The problem with the Caracoles X-rays was all the gears were overlapping. They were 2-dimensional X-rays. You couldn't easily distinguish the 3D depth of the gears or the mechanical structure. And they used this early technique of 3D X-rays called linear tomography. I won't go into the technique. It's very hard to interpret the results. Now, I should say, sadly, that Alan Bromley died before the full fruits of this research could take place. But Michael Wright was extremely persistent and made some very fundamental discoveries on the mechanism, which I've listed there. I don't possibly have space here to go into all of Michael Wright's research, but he produced some very important results, and I'm going to talk about some of these as I go through. To start with, I'm going to talk about this metonic calendar. That's the upper back dial of the mechanism. That's the dial which Price said was a 4-year dial, which was frankly a very boring and simplistic idea. But in Gears from the Greeks, Price also wrote that there's a possibility that there might be 47 months for each turn of this dial, 5 turns of the dial, 5 47s is 235, and it might be a metonic calendar dial. But he threw away his brilliant idea, and it was taken up with great perception by Michael Wright, who went much further. He proposed gearing for turning the pointer of this calendar dial. I'm going to strip off the case and show you the gearing. It starts just the same way as Price's metonic gear train, with a little gear with 38 teeth with the same result. And then there is a gear with 53 teeth. Now, bear with me going through this rather detailed look. It is really, I assure you, worth it. Now, I was a mathematician, and 53 teeth, it's a bizarre prime number. It's not a prime number you'd expect to turn up. It's got no apparent meaning. In my own developing model at the time, I changed it to 54, which turned out to be a huge mistake. If we look at this gears with our X-rays, we have enough teeth to make a tooth count estimate, and 53 is the correct answer for it. Its meaning is extraordinary. I'm going to put the rest of the gear train in that Michael Wright proposed. And you'll notice that there's a second gear there with 53 teeth, which it's a conjectural gear. We don't have any physical evidence for it, but it must have been there because we only want the ratio 5/19. It's a 5-turn dial over 19 years. So the 53 teeth gears cancel each other out. So what on earth are they doing there? Why is this gear train so complicated? It dramatically seems to contradict the KISS principle that you should keep things simple. Understanding this was understanding the heart of the Antikythera mechanism. By 2005, Michael Wright had produced a model which had the planets at the front on a very bold scheme he had with 8 coaxial pointers for the date, sun, moon, and 5 planets. And I believe he's fundamentally correct about that. I have arguments with him about the gearing. I think his gearing is far too complicated. He'd revived Price's idea of a metonic calendar with great perception and proposed the gearing. But for the bottom dial, he had a draconitic month dial. Now, the draconitic month is a month which is to do with the possibility of an eclipse happening. And Michael Wright had modified Price's differential to produce this draconitic month. Price's model produced the lunar month. Michael Wright modified the tooth counts on the gears to produce the draconitic month. And he said that it was displayed, 4 draconitic months were displayed over the 4 turns of the dial on a scale with 218 half days. As soon as I read this, I was sure that it had to be wrong. In parallel with Michael Wright's work, there was a new initiative set up by a distinguished astronomer at Cardiff University in Wales called Professor Mike Edmonds, in the top left corner picture there. And he gathered a group of people around him, including Greek astronomers and including myself, who were interested in the mechanism. Now, by this time, I'd become completely fascinated with the Antikythera mechanism. I'd become absolutely passionate about it, or as my wife sometimes puts it, obsessed with it. I was extremely frustrated that we had no good data. We didn't have a good set of still photographs. We couldn't find the Caracalos X-rays anywhere, and Michael Wright didn't want to share his data with us. So I started to look around for new ways of gathering data on the Antikythera mechanism. And in a science magazine, New Scientist, I found an article about a brilliant technique invented by Tom Maltzbender, who's sitting somewhere over there, can't see him, but who was then at Hewlett-Packard Laboratories. And this is the technique that you saw with fragment 19 for looking at surfaces. This is what we wanted to see, the inscriptions on the surfaces of the fragments. But we wanted to look inside them with the gears, with 3D X-rays. And I found this, another world-leading company called X-Tech Systems, just northwest of London, set up by Roger Hadland, who's the man in the middle of the bottom right group there. And so we had all our techniques that we wanted to use on the mechanism, and the sticking point was getting permission from the Greek authorities. Now, this took nearly 5 years. At one stage, we were turned down early on in the process. We then got a grant from the Leverhulme Trust to fund everything. And just about a month later, we were turned down again. So we had our technology teams, we had our money, but we couldn't do the project. And it was only because of the huge persistence of Professor Xenophon Moussas, who's in the bottom left of the top left group, that we actually finally got permission to do the thing. The whole thing was, frankly, a nightmare and very tough on myself, because we just spent years failing to get our permissions. But In the fall of 2005, we ended up at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, and there we were looked after by two senior staff, archaeologist Mary Zaferopoulou on the left there, and head of chemistry, Dr. Eleni Mangou. When we started our studies, we knew of these fragments here, plus a few more bits and pieces that Price mentioned in Gears from the Greeks. And then one day, Mary came to our team and said she'd found some more boxes of bits in the basement store of the museum. Might we be interested? Well, of course, they were labeled Antikythera. Of course we were interested. To cut a long story short, we ended up with 82 fragments in all. And we took new still photographs of them, which you can see here. And we subjected all the fragments to our two investigative techniques. Bottom left, bottom right, you can see Tom Maltzbender with his mysterious dome covered in flashlights that he uses for his reflectance transformation imaging, or polynomial texture mapping as we knew it in those days. Top left, you can see X-Tech Systems manhandling an 8-ton X-ray machine into the basement of the museum in Athens. It was a special prototype machine that they'd made for this project. If you want to do 3D X-rays, you need to be able to penetrate your samples through all the angles, including the long angles. So they made an X-ray machine with double the X-ray power of anything else comparable in the world at the time. So around there you see a lot more images of data gathering. And of course the most important activity there in the center, which was having fine meals in the restaurants in Athens. After a week with Hewlett-Packard, 2.5 weeks with X-Tech Systems, both brought superb teams. I have to say they were wonderful teams to Athens. We ended up with a superb set of data, around 1 terabyte of data. What you see there is a mixture of still photographs, the Hewlett-Packard surface imaging technique, and slices through the 3D X-ray volumes produced by X-Tech Systems, some in false color. The most important thing to realize about this data is that everything you see there is at millimeter scales. Size of the teeth of the gears about 1 millimeter long. All the text 2 millimeters or under, typically 1.6 millimeters. And this exquisite detail preserved despite 2,000 years underwater. We'd expected that the Hewlett-Packard technique would show us the inscriptions that cover the surface plates, and that X-Tech's 3D X-rays would show us the gears inside the fragments, and that all turned out to be true. But another wonderful revelation was that the X-rays also showed us text inside the fragments, completely invisible from the surface, hidden for 2,000 years, unread for 2,000 years. Price found around 1,000 text characters. We've now read between 3,000 and 4,000. It was a wonderful revelation. When we got this data, we all took it back to our facilities to examine it, and I was charged with trying to sort out the mechanical structure of the device. And I started not with the main fragment, fragment A, because we had some severe technical difficulties with the data for that. So I started with this little fragment F, one of the fragments Mary had found in the basement store, around 9 centimeters long. And it looks like nothing special at all, like something you might pick up on a beach. Bit of green suggesting some bronze, maybe. And I'm going to look at it with X-ray slices. I'm going to take a slice through near the front of it there. And there's really nothing of any interest there. And I'm going to go down through the fragment in parallel slices, close apart, to see what we can find. If I go down through the fragment, I start to see what looks like part of a dial. And I go down further, it becomes sharper. And then I see these scale divisions, and then more scale divisions. And I developed a very simple strategy, which is if you want to know what a dial does, and you've only got part of it, and you've got scale divisions, in order to understand its function, you want to try and extrapolate the number of divisions around the whole dial. It's an obvious strategy, but I have to say it was not followed with any great consistency by previous researchers. Now, these scale divisions reminded me very much of some more scale divisions that Price had seen visible on the surface at the back of the main fragment, fragment A. Looked very similar. And I could determine the relative orientations of the fragments and put them together, together with another little fragment E with similar divisions in it. And suddenly I had quite a lot of data around this dial on which to extrapolate the total number of divisions round the dial. And this came, you may have guessed the answer already, the number of divisions round the dial came to the remarkable number 223. It was clear that this must be an eclipse prediction dial. This was our first major breakthrough from our new data. I just want to explain a little bit about the Saros cycle and how it works. If you have an eclipse of the sun or the moon in a particular month, and you look 223 lunar months later, just over 18 years later, you get another very similar eclipse of the sun or the moon. And this repeat eclipse goes on repeating for 12 to 15 centuries. It's a very remarkable cycle. It works because 223 lunar months is the same as a whole number of draconitic months. This is a month that tells us whether an eclipse is possible. And the fact that it's the same as a whole number of anomalistic months, the anomalistic month is the variable motion cycle of the moon. The moon sometimes looks as if it's going slower against the stars and sometimes faster. In modern terms, we know that's because it has an elliptical orbit. Sometimes it's further away. And this ensures that the repeat eclipse is very similar. It's a remarkable chance resonance between three of the orbital cycles of the moon. Now, there was more in this little fragment F than that. If you look between the scale divisions, and I'll show you those in some X-ray slices, you can see these little groups of text letters and symbols, which I call glyphs. And if you look round the dial, there's some inscriptions. And again, this reminded me of what Price had seen visibly at the back of fragment A. There's two glyphs there that you can see, and round the dial, some inscriptions, hard to read inscriptions, again, beautifully enhanced with Tom Maltzbender's technique. So now I could trace all these glyphs in our three fragments, A, E, and F, and put them all round the dial in their correct positions. And you'll notice that some of them a lot of them are 6 months apart. Some of them just 5 months apart, and some of them are in adjacent months. This is exactly the pattern of eclipses of the sun and moon in the astronomical record. So the glyphs must be the eclipse predictions. I'd like to look more closely at them and discuss what they mean. There's clearly more information in these glyphs than just the presence of a lunar or solar eclipse. So let me decode some of their meaning. At the top of some of them, there's a sigma, which I soon realized stood for Selene, the ancient Greek goddess of the moon, clearly indicating a lunar eclipse. At the top of some, Eta, Helios, god of the sun, for a solar eclipse. Some of the glyphs, like the one in the middle there, had both a sigma and an eta for a month which had both a lunar and a solar eclipse. All the glyphs had this unusual anchor-type symbol, which took me a long time to decode until I finally found it in a book of ancient Greek horoscopes. and it's a combination of omega and rho, ligature of omega and rho, standing for aura, Greek for hour. And it's always followed by either a letter, or in this case, a special symbol digamma for the number 6 in the Greek letters for numbers system. So this indicates the hour of the eclipse. The mechanism didn't just predict the presence of an eclipse in a particular month, but the hour of the day of the eclipse, many years or decades hence. Now, at the bottom of all these glyphs, there was another letter, which I'd seen, but I hadn't understood. And after our first paper was published in Nature, a very distinguished historian of ancient astronomy, Professor Alexander Jones, came to our conference that we organized, and he told me something that I'd missed about these letters. I feel somewhat shamefaced to admit that I missed this, but they are in alphabetical order. And there's a whole alphabet's worth of index letters without bars on, followed by a second alphabet with bars on top. And these must surely in some way refer to the inscriptions round the dial. So by this time I had a nice story that I had the dial as an eclipse prediction dial. I had the glyphs and this index letter system. I can't go into the whole system, don't have space. If you're interested, you can Google Antikythera PLOS 1, that's Public Library of Science 1, and it's an open access journal, anyone can read it. I'd just say that this is a prediction scheme of quite astonishing ambition. The index letters, you look at the index letter in the glyph, you look at it in the inscriptions, and that tells you characteristics of the eclipse. It's an extraordinary scheme. But going back to late 2005, what I wanted to know was how was the pointer turned? Like Michael Wright had determined how the pointer was turned for the upper dial. So we need to go behind the plate and look at the gearing. That's all the gearing we saw for Michael Wright's gearing for the Metonic calendar dial. And I want to turn the lower back dial. And again, I've suppressed the main plate so you can see the gears, but there's really only one axis which can turn this, and that's this little axis M. The gearing branches here to the upper back dials and to the lower back dials. And I need a gear with 223 teeth. It's a prime number, can't break it down into smaller gearing. And if you look at the back of the main fragment, fragment A, there's really only one good candidate gear, E3 there. It's not the ring gear inside it, it's the bigger gear, slightly harder to see outside that. This is the gear that Price called E4, and the Caracolos family counted as 222 teeth. Price rejected the idea that it was the 223 months of the Saros cycle. But if we look in our X-rays, we can see many teeth, we can make a reliable tooth count, and 223 is the right answer. Price had again, a brilliant idea, which he'd thrown away. And he threw it away because of his differential. Now, let me put that into our gear diagram. There's the gear pair there. We need to turn it from this little axis M here, and now we can start to calculate how fast these gears turn. We know already how fast axis M turns. It's this bizarre fraction with the number 53 in, which you'll remember, which cancelled itself up in Wright's gear train. We calculate how fast E3, E4 turn, and we get this rather strange fraction, 9 times 53 over 223 times 19. But it will turn out to be a very significant ratio, as we'll see. The next gear in the train is another gear with 53 teeth. And by this time, I was getting extremely disturbed by all of this, because again, the 53 is cancelled out. It's not used in this gear train. If we look at what we need, just to say, this is the gear. reliable count says 53 teeth. So it was correct. If we look at the gear train, we don't want 53 in the final answer. We just want, it's a 4-turn dial, 2 to 3 months, 235 over 19, that's the metonic cycle. That's the ratio we want to turn our Saros pointer. We don't need this extraordinary, bizarre, strange and disturbing prime number 53. So that's what we want for the Saros pointer. This gear E3, this large gear, had found no role in any previous model. Now it has 2 roles. It has 1 role. It has an essential role in turning the Saros pointer. So everything now seemed to be going on the right lines. In our modern X-rays, we can see all these gears except for the conjectural one. All the tooth counts check out. It's a completely established part of how the Antikythera mechanism works. And so this was a nice story. I had the dial, I had the gearing, but I also had a huge problem, which is if you look at the back of fragment A, inside the large gear E3, there's another couple of gears there. They were part of what Price referred to as his differential system, which I was sure by that time was wrong. And I'm going to look at them more closely, and I'm going to examine them with our X-rays. Now, if you look there, the gears on the left look like they're the gears on the right, but they're not actually those gears. I have to come forward a millimeter towards us, and you see then 2 more gears, and these are the gears on the right. There's 4 gears in this system. To Price's great credit, he saw that. And I want to look at the bottom gears, which are epicyclic gears, K1 and K2, and a particular feature of K2, which is very evident there, which is that it's got this notch out of it. Now, this was noticed in 1902, very early on, by Rados, but he didn't understand it. It was noticed by Price, who thought it was evidence that a tooth had broken, had been repaired, and the repair had dropped out. But Michael Wright, with his new X-rays, made a far more acute observation. He said that there's a pin on K1 which engages with a slot on K2, and in that way, gear K1 carries gear K2 around. Now, I think most people's reaction would be that this is an entirely useless idea. The gears will turn with the same speed, and you might simply just as well attach them to the same axle. But Wright made another really astonishing observation. He said that the gears turn on slightly different axes, slightly eccentric axes. The difference in the centers is just about a millimeter. And this makes all the difference. I want you to forget for a moment that these are epicyclic gears, and I'm going to show you a little animation that shows what this system does. I'm going to imagine that K1 goes round at a constant rate of the mean sidereal month. That's the gear with the pin on there. You can see K1. And on top of it sits K2. And as the gears turn, you'll see sometimes K2 is behind, and sometimes it's ahead of the pin gear. The slot gear is, you get this little variation in the motion of the slot gear. Notice that in this fixed axis situation, the period of rotation of the slot gear is the same as the input period, the sidereal month. And I'll come back to that. So going back to our actual mechanism, the key question was, could this model the variable motion of the moon? Wright considered this in a rather throwaway paragraph in one of his papers, and he discarded the idea because in his model of 2005, this large gear E3 rotated much too fast, 60 times too fast, for this to work in any meaningful way. He rejected this idea for exactly the same reason that Price rejected the idea that E3 might have 223 teeth. The gear E3 turned much too fast. But in my developing model, E3 turns, you remember, the Saros dial, which is a dial which has a period of 18 years over a 4-turn cycle. Everything's very slow, so it's going around very slowly. So maybe this is a promising idea. The second key question is, why is the pin and slot mounted epicyclically on E3? And I'm going to explain why that is. And I'm going to revert now to modern astronomy to talk about the reason. This is the lunar orbit, and it's an ellipse, as we know in modern astronomy. I've exaggerated the ellipse there very much. It's much more like a circle, but it is elliptical. Apogee is the point when the moon is furthest from the Earth, and perigee when it's closest. Apogee is when the moon appears to be going slowest against the stars, because it's furthest away, and perigee when it's going fastest. And I want you to imagine the moon starting at a prominent star, which you can see on the right, going all the way round the zodiac and back to the same prominent star. This is the sidereal month, which we talked about, period of about 27.32 days on average. Now, you might think that the moon then had got back to its slowest motion at apogee. But in fact, that's not the case, because the apogee has moved round a little bit in the meanwhile. The so-called line of apsides that joins perigee and apsides precesses round in a very slow period of just under 9 years. So the anomalistic month, stay with me if you can, the anomalistic month, which is this, the month of the variable motion cycle of the moon, is just a bit longer than the sidereal month, only about 5.5 hours longer. Remarkably, the ancient Babylonian astronomers knew of this difference between the sidereal and anomalistic month, as did the ancient Greeks, but none of them knew about elliptical orbits. But the ancient Greeks were brilliant geometers, and they had a very beautiful theory for explaining this anomalous orbit of the moon. They said you can explain it as the sum of two simple circular motions. There's a large circular motion with a period of the sidereal month on which, and a little epicyclic added circular motion with the period anomalistic month in the opposite direction. Now, that's all a bit of a mouthful, so I'm going to show you an animation of this theory. The pink dot is the actual moon, and it traces out an orbit which is like a squashed off-center circle. Each time it's slightly different as it goes round, and each time it takes a bit longer than at the sidereal month to get to the red line, to get to apogee. Sometimes the moon is behind the average moon, and sometimes it's ahead of the moon. And it models the elliptical theory, the modern theory of the moon, in a very beautiful way. Yes, the red line there is equivalent to the line of apsides of the orbit. That's the one end is where it's furthest from the Earth, and the other end where it's closest, where it appears to be moving furthest. So this is the ancient Greek epicyclic theory of the moon. Very beautiful theory. And I'm going to return to my mechanism now to ask some questions. And the key question is, how fast must this large gear E3 rotate so that this little pin and slot device exactly models this ancient Greek epicyclic theory? You remember that its basic input needs to be the sidereal month, but the period of the variability needs to be this other slightly longer month, the anomalistic month. And I have to say this isn't easy. If you're encountering this for the first time, it may be you're not following it in total detail. I want to give you a flavor of what the thinking was. So the question then is, how fast should E3 rotate to make this pin and slot exactly be equivalent, geometrically equivalent to the epicyclic theory of the moon? And the answer turns out to be that it must rotate at the rotation, which is the difference between the sidereal month and the anomalistic month, equivalent in modern terms of the rotation of line of apsides, this slow rotation with a period of just under 9 years. Now we can calculate this from the Metonic and Saros cycles. I'll let you do that as a little exercise to do at home. I don't really have time, but it's simple arithmetic. And when we do that simple arithmetic, we come out with this fraction 9 times 53 over 223 times 19, which you'll remember we already have as the rotation of E3 when we were calculating the gearing for the lower back dial, the Saros dial. So now we understand what the 53-tooth gear is doing there. It's turning E3 at exactly the right rate so that the pin and slot models this ancient Greek theory of the moon. It is, I have to say, extraordinary. Now, E3, it had no role in any previous models. Now it's got 2 roles. It turns the Saros pointer, and it carries epicyclically this little pin and slot device to model the epicyclic theory of the moon. Let me put this together. That's E3 rotating at this rate, with a period of just under 9 years. That's, you remember Price's little Metonic gear train on the little, which output on a little regular pentagon with a hole through it. This calculates the mean sidereal month. Let me show you this in close-up. There's a gear with 50 teeth sits on there, meshes with the pin gear, which also has 50 teeth, on which sits the slot gear with 50 teeth, and this generates this variable motion, and then it transmits it back, reversing its direction, onto another gear with 50 teeth. So to summarize this system, we have the pin and slot mounted epicyclically to change the period in which it delivers its variation from the sidereal month to the anomalistic month. It is a truly astonishing system. I would say a shocking system. It's, in my view, an incredible idea. It's a work of absolute genius. And realizing that this is how it worked, a whole cascade of consequences came out then, that all the tooth counts could be explained from the Metonic and Saros cycle. It's often in science you make a breakthrough and everything else follows from it. It was a fantastic feeling of discovery. But we hadn't really quite finished there. That's the same gearing seen from the side. You can see the output, which calculates this variable sidereal month there. And I'd assumed, like everybody else, that the gearing at the back of the mechanism went off to the left to the back dials. But this didn't seem to make much sense. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, I got a call from Mike Edmonds with a very nice insight. He said, what if the output went the other way, through the little hole, you remember, in the pentagonal hub? We can see all this stuff in our X-rays, I should say. It's not made up. And the output went up towards the zodiac dial at the front of the device to show the position of the moon in the zodiac. That's where you want this sidereal month output. You might consider that this was a completely crazy thing to attempt in ancient Greece. But the craziness of the designer didn't stop there. The designer added another little device on the end of this output. And I'm going to show you that from another angle. And it shows the phase of the moon. This was a discovery by Michael Wright. And I want to take the cover of this off to show you how it works. It's just got 2 little gears in it. It's got an epicyclic crown gear with 20 teeth, which meshes with another little gear with 20 teeth on the solar output of the device, and it's a differential device. It calculates the difference between the sidereal rotation of the moon round the Earth and the rotation of the sun round the Earth, the annual cycle of the sun round the Earth, to produce the phase cycle of the moon. Now, where have you heard that before? That was what Price's differential did, what Price's brilliant differential did, but he got it in completely the wrong place with this cumbersome system. The genius who devised this device, just two little gears, which did exactly what Price's differential did. I just want to put all this together to show you how the gearing relates to the fragments and what the whole thing looks like. This is the back of fragment A. These are the gears at the back there. You can see the pin and slot there, the gears for the top dials and for the bottom dials. These are the fragments that show the back plate of the mechanism with the twin dial system, top and bottom. We come round now to the front of fragment A, and you can see these rather mysterious fingers that point up from the main drive wheel, which we believe are part of a conjectural planetary system, first proposed by Michael Wright. This is my radically simplified gearing for it. And it ends with Wright's proposal of 8 coaxial pointers showing the date, the sun, the moon, and all 5 planets known in the ancient world. This is fragment C, and it comes from all over the front of the mechanism. Quite a jigsaw puzzle to sort out. The middle part of it shows the moon phase device. Then there's the zodiac and calendar scales, and all these plus these little fragments here show REM's parapegma at the top, star calendar at the top and bottom of the device. Everything in a wooden box turned by a little knob or crank at the side. If that doesn't shock you, I don't know what will. So that's what I'm going to say about what. And I've got some short sections now to further explore the identity of the mechanism. And one question is, where was it made? Well, the archaeology is the first port of call for this. There have been 2 major studies on this, both high-quality studies, particularly the superb study by the archaeologists at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens under their then director, Dr. Nikolaos Kaltsas. Both studies agree about the geographic origin of the cargo, and it was scattered all over the ancient Greek world, mostly in the eastern part, but still some amphora from Italy, coin from Syracuse, and so on. The ship was almost certainly traveling from east to west, probably going to Rome, but not definitely. The route of the ship, whatever you read on the internet, is not really known. There's a lot of misinformation on the internet about the Antikythera mechanism, I have to say. You have to be rather careful. And the cargo really tells us almost nothing about the origin of the mechanism. So we want more sorts of information. And there are some very remarkable classical texts by Cicero, who wrote first about a device made by Posidonius, which at each revolution reproduces the same motions of the sun, the moon, and the 5 planets that take place in the heavens every day and night. Sounds just like the Antikythera mechanism. And Cicero knew Posidonius. He was a pupil of Posidonius in his Stoic school of philosophy in Rhodes. So this might suggest there's a connection with Rhodes. But Cicero also wrote about Archimedes. Archimedes was killed in the siege of Syracuse in 212 BC, and Cicero reports that the victorious Roman general Marcellus took just 2, they were described as globes, sphaerae, which are thought to refer to these sort of mechanisms that Archimedes had made. And again, the description sounds just like the Antikythera mechanism. The motions of the sun and moon and of those 5 stars, which are called wanderers, the 5 planets, Archimedes had thought out a way to represent accurately by a single device for turning the globe, those various and divergent movements with their different rates of speed, just like the Antikythera mechanism. But Archimedes was based in Syracuse in Sicily. So I'm going to add this to our map. 2 possible origins, widely spaced across the ancient Greek Empire. But we'd like much better information than this, and some comes from from essentially cultural information in this little fragment B, which is our evidence for the upper back dial, the Metonic calendar dial. Let me show you that fragment rotated and with the little month divisions around the 235-month dial indicated in blue. And if you look very closely, you can see some inscriptions between the month divisions. And I'll just go down through some X-rays. Typically, you have to go down through many X-ray slices. In this case, it turned out to be 60 slices to read the text because everything's uneven and it's hard to read. Let me just show you a close-up of one of the month cells there, and I can trace the text. And I didn't have any idea what this meant. I don't read Greek, I don't know ancient Greek, so I talked to my Greek colleagues and they couldn't work out what this meant. And then we agreed to send it to Alexander Jones, and by return email he said he believed that these were month names written over several lines, which certainly made sense. Now, it's kind of difficult to figure out what that month name is, but because the calendar has 235 months, the month names will be repeated many times around the dial, so I can find the same month name in another month cell, put the information together, and I get the month Dodecates. Now, after several weeks, or even I think it was months of work, Alex Jones and I managed to decipher all 12 month names, or at least I deciphered one and Alex deciphered 11. He was the expert, and that's what they looked like. We were extremely lucky that we just had enough information from the X-rays and some characters from Tom Maltzbender's PTMs to get just enough information to get all the month names. And there was a hidden message in this calendar. If you look at calendars in the ancient world, they're very individual to individual city-states, but the month names themselves are scattered over a wide geography. This was basically worked out by Alex Jones based on work by Katerina Trumpi. If you look, say, at the blue month names there, you can see on the map, if you look very closely, map prepared by Lina Anastasi of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, you can see little blue squares. The bigger the square, the more the local calendar, number of months in the local calendar coincides with the Antikythera calendar. And you can see these blue squares right across the ancient Greek world. They don't tell us about geography. If we look at the green month names, in the little green squares, you have to look quite carefully, more in the eastern part, but still scattered right across a wide geographic distribution, no good for determining the origin of the mechanism. But 4 of the months in red there were exceptional months. They were rare months, and they came uniquely from the calendar of Corinth or Corinth's colonies in northwestern Greece or in Sicily. And so this established that the calendar was a Corinthian calendar. It's a very exciting new result. And we got even more excited by the idea that maybe this linked the mechanism to Sicily and Archimedes. But later work by John Morgan and Paul Iverson at Case Western University suggests that this is wrong. They believe that this is the calendar, a calendar most likely from the northwestern area of Greece called Epirus. Let me put that on the map there. That's Epirus there. And this was quite convincing evidence that there's a connection with Epirus. This was a pretty surprising result. I mean, everyone had assumed up till that point that the mechanism maybe came from Rhodes or Alexandria or somewhere like that. No one had suggested the Epirus region of northwestern Greece. And there was more information in this little fragment B. If you look there, there's a little subsidiary dial inside the Metonic calendar dial. Let me show you that in close-up. And one day I read the word Nemea around it, had no idea what it meant, looked it up on the internet, and found that Heracles had killed a lion there. Well, I don't know ancient Greek culture or language, so I have to try the internet, and Heracles had killed a lion there. Didn't seem particularly relevant to the Antikythera mechanism. So again, I sent it to Alex Jones, again by return email. It always seemed to be by return email with Alex. He said that one of the major athletic games, the Panhellenic Games in ancient Greece, was held at Nemea. And again, we spent some weeks and managed to decipher many more names around this dial. We found the Isthmian games for the games at Corinth, the Pythian games for the games at Delphi, and finally, rather small, I have to say, the Olympia for the Olympic Games at Olympia. Now, these are the major crown games of the athletic Panhellenic athletic cycle. It established clearly that this was an Olympiad dial, a 4-year dial. Remember, Price had a 4-year dial, but he put it in completely the wrong place again. Extraordinary, really. But we had these crown games. This was an Olympiad dial. But you'd expect these crown games to be on any dial on any mechanism that had an Olympiad dial would have these crown games. They were the major games. But in ancient Greece, there were hundreds of little minor games. And there was one up here called the Na, and another one here, which was pretty much undecipherable. There was text there, but none of us could work out what the text might mean. So let me deal with the Na first. Does anyone happen to know where the Naian games, the Na, were held? No? Well, let me tell you, they were held at Dodona in the Epirus region of northwestern Greece. Dodona was a major oracular site, second only to Delphi, and the Naian games were held there. So we were building up a very nice, confident story about the origin of the Antikythera mechanism. But there was a sting in the tail of this research. If I can go back to my dial, a couple of years ago, Paul Iverson made a suggestion for what this other minor games might be, and he suggested the Aliaea, and I'm almost certain that he's correct. Well, again, let me go back to my geography. Does anyone know where the Aliaea were held? No, they were held in Rhodes. So our comfortable story fell apart, and we really don't know how to resolve this. I think you have to make up your own narrative. It could have been made by somebody in Rhodes for a client in Epirus, or made by somebody in the Epirus region who'd spent their youth running in the games in Rhodes. We really don't know, but this is the best information we have about the origin of the mechanism. Still unresolved, but very interesting, I think. So let me look at when. A crucial question for determining the mechanism's identity. Again, the archaeology is the starting point. Both studies agree objects from the wreck 4th century BC to the middle of the 1st century BC. There's a general consensus that the wreck was probably in about 65 BC. And this gives us a terminus antiquem for the mechanism in the mid 1st century BC. And I'm going to add this information to a timeline this time. These two studies say Terminus Antiquem mid-1st century BC. But obviously we want closer information than this. And there's information in the inscriptions, the epigraphic analysis of the inscriptions, and epigraphers, of which I'm very much not one, do stylistic analysis of the letter forms and can give information from that about the date of the inscription. They notice things like the omicrons are all small, the pi's tend to have their second leg shorter than the first, and the top and bottom strokes of the sigmas are splayed. Now, I have to say this process is a bit more an art than a science, and different epigraphers disagree. Let me put some information about different epigraphers' views on our timeline. Wilhelm, in the early days, probably wisely gave a rather wide range. Merritt worked with Price and said basically 1st century BC, which agreed with Price. He says the subtitle of Gears from the Greeks is a calendar computer from about 80 BC. And he had an argument for saying it was made in 80 BC, which I think all of us now believe is spurious. Kritsas worked with our group and brought the date considerably earlier. And I've worked most recently with Charles Crowther, a brilliant epigraphist from Oxford University, and he's brought the date even earlier. But we'd still like a firmer date. And some information comes out of the astronomy. Remember Rem's cycles that he identified in this fragment? Well, the latest of these is the Calippic cycle, launched on a very specific date in 330 BC. So this gives us a terminus postquem for the mechanism in 330 BC. Let me add that to my timeline. There it is. Not a huge advance here. But there's more in the astronomy than that. You remember that it took 4 generations of researchers to work out this, that the mechanism exactly models the ancient Greek epicyclic theory of the moon. And the 2nd century AD, Ptolemy attributed this invention of this theory to Hipparchus of Nicaea, with those dates there. But Apollonius of Perga, it's known, developed epicyclic theories of the planets, and he was said to have been called Epsilon because the shape of an epsilon is like a crescent moon because of his work on the moon. So it seems very plausible, even likely, that Apollonius might have developed an epicyclic theory of the moon. So let me add that to our information. Depends who you believe invented this epicyclic lunar theory. So that's where it remained until a year or two ago. Some quite astonishing work by an Argentinian researcher, Christian Carmen, and James Evans from Puget Sound University. And they presented this work at a conference in Leiden in the Netherlands. And the arguments were so difficult, I have to say, based on complicated aspects of Babylonian eclipse prediction practice, many assumptions, and I think most of us got lost. I certainly did around a third of the way through or before then. So when they announced their result, which was astonishing, I think they must have been disappointed with our reaction. They said that they'd sequentially eliminated possibilities to determine that the full moon of month 1 of the dial is May the 12th, 205 BC. Not only 100-year range for them, a particular day on which the Saros dial started. Now, I got lost, even though I'd been studying this dial pretty intensively, and I'd been looking at the times in the glyphs, the eclipse times. And I believed that these times were not based on observations by the Greeks or even a set of earlier observations by, say, the Babylonians. I believed they were generated by a simple mathematical model using the methods of the time. And I developed a mathematical model for determining these times, and it's quite a good model. It's not, unfortunately, an exact model. I'm still working on this. But when I synchronized this mathematical model of the eclipse times with the astronomy, it produced a unique fit that the full moon of month 1 of the dial is May the 12th, 205 BC. I was completely astonished by this. My methods were very different from Christian and Jim's. In some ways, our assumptions were contradictory, and the date was exactly the same. Now, I'd like to say with confidence that I can tell you this is the right date, but the truth is I believe this is the right date, but we haven't yet resolved what's going on here. It's very difficult, I have to say. The 2 papers are there. Anyone's welcome to read them and try and sort it out, but I'm still working on it. I'm still working on this eclipse times model, which I've slightly improved, but I'm looking for an exact model. If they were using a mathematical model, it should give the exact results, and I've failed so far. Most of scientific research, as you'll know, is about failure, really. It's only occasionally that you get successes. So I don't think we've done enough yet to persuade you as the academic community that this is right. I believe it's the right date, and it's a very interesting date. Let me put it on my timeline. It agrees with the archaeology. It agrees with the epigraphy, if you agree with Charles Crowther. It agrees with the epicyclic lunar theory, if you think it was invented by Apollonius or his contemporaries or even earlier. And it's a very interesting date. It's much earlier than any previous date. The earliest previous date suggested was 150 BC. General consensus is about 100 BC. And I think it's a very interesting date in terms of the next question, which is who made the mechanism. And I'm going to put up another timeline there with some famous scientists and astronomers listed with their dates there. Some events you may be familiar with there to just locate you in the history. This is all happening in the Hellenistic era. And this date really puts these astronomers, scientists into the frame. Archimedes was dead by just 7 years with this date. My own belief is that Archimedes probably started the tradition of making these devices. It started the tradition of making these devices. We can't be certain of that, but the Cicero description is very remarkable. Eratosthenes, I really don't know, distinguished Greek astronomer, but no obvious connection with the mechanism. Apollonius, well, his epicyclic theories of the planets were almost certainly incorporated into the mechanism. The gearing's gone, so we can't be certain. And the theory of the moon, which may well be attributed to him, is also included. Maybe Apollonius worked with Archimedes. They knew each other, I understand. But we really can't be sure. And of course, it might have been made by some unknown genius who has been lost to history because the historical record is so fragmentary, which you as classicists will be all too aware of. I'm going to finish on an animation of the mechanism, which is an exploded diagram which comes together to form the mechanism. Nearly all of this gearing, particularly gearing at the back, is now established. The planetary gearing at the front is conjectural, but something calculating the planets was almost certainly there. And I'd like to quote Derek de Solla Price, who wrote, "It's frightening to know that the ancient Greeks, just before the fall of their great civilization, came so close to our own age, not only in their thought, but in their scientific technology." I would say that it's shocking. And I'm not going to answer the question why. I'm going to incorporate that into questions that you might have. I've just put a list of possibilities there, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. We can have one or two questions. Any responses? You take it? Yes.
Is there some new technological discovery that could help get more information about this mechanism? Is there new techniques beyond X-ray tomography that would help?
I think that we could do another X-ray analysis. X-ray technology's moved on and is higher resolution, and we might therefore be able to resolve some of the uncertain letters in the inscriptions and things like this. But this is kind of a slightly marginal process, I think. And maybe the investment and the difficulties of doing it might not justify it. I'd love to do it myself, but I blanch at the thought of another 5 years to get permissions to do it. The other thing, obvious thing, is that we'd love to find another of these mechanisms. And there's, the problem is that this thing sticks up like a sore thumb in terms of the history of technology. The next mechanism you find that exists is a device about 700 or 800 later, which is a Byzantine device called the London Sundial Calendar. Very simple device, had just about 8 gears. And it's as if technology went backwards for that period. And then you have to go to the 14th century to an astronomical clock made by Richard of, made by Richard of Wallingford at St. Albans. So it's, it sticks up there. It doesn't have any predecessors. There must have been simpler devices before this. Nobody sort of sits down one day and builds something as sophisticated as this. Is impossible, isn't it? There must have been simple devices. Maybe something that would calculate the mean position of the moon in the zodiac, a few gears, like Price's Metonic gear train. But all these artifacts are missing. And I think the problem is that bronze artifacts that survived on the surface, as it were, that went in shipwrecks, nearly all got melted down in later history. One classicist told me that after the sack of Corinth, there were known to be, I think, 3,000 bronze statues there, and nothing at all survived, she said, not even a big toe. So the problem is that bronze things, these mechanisms, they would have stopped working and they would have been melted down. It was such a valuable material. So we really have to look in shipwrecks. And the optimistic thing is now that there are really good technologies for looking for shipwrecks, particularly deep shipwrecks. Recently in the, I think it's called the Fornai Archipelago, they've found 22 wrecks, unexplored wrecks. They're probably just full of amphorae, but someday, maybe not in my lifetime, somebody may find another of these mechanisms and give us much more information. There's quite a lot of, there's Cicero's, in BC times, there's Cicero's texts. There's a quote by Vitruvius, which describes similar type of thing, also 1st century BC. And in early centuries AD, there are other quotes that describe similar devices used by astronomers and astrologers and so on. So there's a sort of feeling that they were around. I'm sure it wasn't unique. I'm sure it was copied. I'm sure this wasn't the first version of it, because there are very, very few mistakes in any of the inscriptions or the way the gears are cut. There's very few corrections that we can see. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it is hugely frustrating. Oh, just one more thing is that Pappus of Alexandria in the 4th century AD said that Archimedes had written a treatise called On Spherae. And it's thought that that treatise refers to these mechanisms. There's some argument about whether it does, or whether the spheroi might have been actually more spherical. But apart from that, we would absolutely love to find that treatise, you know. And I understood, for example, that there was a possibility that there's another library at Herculaneum, I don't know if anyone knows about this, buried deeper than the original library, where there's all these charred manuscripts, which are beginning to be read. So there's a chance we might find some texts, you know, remarkable things turn up, and I hope so. Yes, sir.
If this technology had not been lost, how far do you think we would be now?
Well, you know,
where would we be now?
Arthur C. Clarke wrote, he said that if the ancient Greeks had understood the power, the strength of their technology, then they would have been able to get to the moon within the next 300 years, and we'd now be exploring the nearest stars. It's a bit fanciful, honestly. It's a bit speculative. I don't know the answer. I'm not really a historian. I don't. It's really much over to you in terms of history. And I put here a whole, you know, even why it was made is not clear. I put a whole load of ideas there that people have suggested, that it was a demonstration device. I think it was much more than that. That it was some sort of rich person's toy, like a luxury astronomical watch people might wear, well, maybe. It's been suggested it was an astrologer's tool, but I don't think we believe that, because none of the inscriptions contains any scrap of astrology. It's all pure science that we can read. And I think if it was designed for astrology, there'd be a little bit and piece about ascendants and houses or whatever. My own view is that it was made as a mechanical cosmos by a great scientist, a vision, who realized that you could use bronze gear wheels to model the cycles of the cosmos. I don't think it was conceived as a calculating machine. If you look, calculating machines don't come till the 17th century with Schickard's device and the Pascaline and so on. And I think they didn't, I think they made this thing and then maybe looked around at what else could you apply this sort of technology to? I think they answered, well, nothing really. Our normal daily lives don't follow these cycles that the heavens do, that are separate there. And they didn't think of the conceptual step of taking this technology, perfectly capable of making an adding machine or a multiplying machine. I think that took nearly 2,000 years to happen, because it's a huge conceptual leap that they didn't think of. But it's, you know, it's very speculative. Was it a computer? Well, I made produced a film called The World's First Computer, or the BBC version's called The 2,000-Year-Old Computer. And I think in popular terms, it's fine to call it a computer. But in more technical terms, it's not really a computer. It doesn't have programs and stored programs and all the things we associated with modern computing. It's closer to being a calculating machine, I think.
We can take one more question.
There's obviously appears to be a lot of precision metalworking in this. Is this typical of the metalworking of the time?
Well, there's two things I can think of which show that they were very skilled in metalwork. First is if you look at the jewelry, ancient Greek jewelry, it is exquisite and fine and very detailed. They had the ability to work at this small scale. And the small scale itself is remarkable. It must have been made to be portable. You know, you'd never, you know, the pin and slot, the eccentric axes, just about 1.1 millimeters apart, and had to be quite accurate. And to properly model the variable motion of the moon. So it was made to in all the text, this tiny text, you know, you imagine, haven't calculated yet, but it probably had 15 to 20,000 text characters on it, on average 1.6 millimeters high. One thing that is very remarkable is this proposal by Michael Wright of this coaxial pointer system at the front. You can imagine having to make 8 coaxial tubes that fit closely inside each other. And he often quotes the ancient Greek aulos, which was a flute that had two concentric, very tightly fitting tubes to show that they had that capability. But it's still remarkable. I should say that at University College London, we're soon to begin 2 doctoral programs, one with an absolutely brilliant student we're going to explore the making of the mechanism and the techniques that we used, because it's not put together like a modern clock with all the gears separated with air spaces. Many of the gears appear to be touching each other. They move, they slide on these special sort of sliders. The main drive wheel has these brackets that hold them down, completely against modern practice. It's made in a different way. Most of the models that you might see on the web are made using modern principles. We're exploring all those, it's the sort of original language of mechanical engineering and how they did that. So there's lots of questions that we want to try and answer in a very sort of experimental archaeology type of way, really.
There are clearly many more questions, and some of them, in fact, on the board this very minute, posed by Tony himself. But for now, please join me in thanking Tony for sharing such virtuosic study of such fascinating material. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I say one more thing, Grant?
Certainly.
If Archimedes had nothing to do with this, it's certainly cleverer than anything we know that Archimedes did make. So if Archimedes didn't have anything to do with it, who did? This is a real question, because it is a device of genius. It's just, maybe there's somebody unknown, but it is cleverer than any of Archimedes' known devices. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
This program is brought to you by the Stanford Humanities Center. For more information, please visit us at shc.stanford.edu.
For more, please visit us at stanford.edu.
Okay, everybody, lie down on the floor and keep calm.
This is what KLF is about. Also known as the justified ancients of Nunu. Furthermore known as the jams.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom centre is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days. As in their groups of 4, this is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the Sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the Sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our Sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the Sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the Sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you. More surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our Sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our Sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research. Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sites have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture, the exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints to the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second. Now, I've brought your attention to these files before and how it relates to our work and worldly workings. I'll read that part again. For producing very small particles in a tube open to air, for increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the high potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more, the maximum speed being no less than 350 miles per second. I think this is what we are seeing, guys. This is projection technology, which is roughly what our work is all being based upon. To delve deeper into this research, I recommend watching our 12 Gates video. This is research done by One Conscience and myself, and we give a more technical breakdown of the angel technology with many references and correlations. It also includes a voiceover by Santos Bonacci and references current particle acceleration work by Roger from Ludfossil University. Other subjects include those halos in the sky that mainstream lie as sundogs, the Eye of Horus was decoded, volcanoes, lava, and the sun's return path in the underworld. We will also be releasing a video soon entitled Wonderland. This is a more technical breakdown of how the angel technology works. So stay tuned, people. This is FPV out.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom center is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and helped pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you, more surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
Baby, come on, close your eyes. Why show you goes beyond what we see? You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is the faith because we choose it. Oh no, let's go.
It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. A kind of magic. One dream, one soul, one prize, one goal, one golden glance of what should be. It's a kind of magic. One shot of light that shows the way. No mortal man can win this day. It's a kind of magic. The bell that rings inside your mind is challenging the doors of time. It's a kind of magic. The way magic, 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 magic. us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. time to build up, a time to break down, a time to dance, a time to moil, a time to cast away stones, a time to gather stones together. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time of love, a time of hate, a time of war, a time of peace, a time you may embrace, a time to refrain from embracing. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to rend, a time to sow, a time for love, a time for hate, a time for peace. I swear it's not too late.
From thence I went on towards the extremities of the earth, where I saw large beasts different from each other, and birds various in their countenances and forms, as well as with notes of different sounds. To the east of these beasts I perceived the extremities of the earth, where heaven ceased. The gates of heaven stood open, and I beheld the celestial stars come forth. I numbered them as they proceeded out of the gate, and wrote them all down as they came out one by one according to their number. I wrote down their names all together, their times and their seasons, as the angel Uriel, who was with me, pointed them out to me. He showed them all to me and wrote down an account of them. He also wrote down for me their names, their regulations, and their operations. From thence I advanced on towards the north, to the extremities of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious wonder at the extremities of the whole earth. I saw there a heavenly gate opening to heaven, 3 of them distinctly separated. The northern winds proceeded from them, blowing cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. From one of the gates they blew mildly, but when they blew from the other 2 gates, it was with violence and force. They blew over the earth strongly. From there I went to the extremities of the world westwards, where I perceived 3 gates open, as I had seen in the north, the gates and the passages through them being of equal magnitude. Then I proceeded to the extremities of south, where I saw 3 gates open to the south, from which issued dew, rain, and wind. From there I went to the extremities of heaven eastwards, where I saw 3 heavenly gates open to the east, which had smaller gates within them. Through each of these small gates the stars of heaven passed on, and proceeded towards the west by a path which was seen by them, and that at every period of their appearance. When I beheld them, I blessed every time in which they appeared. I blessed the Lord of glory, who had made those great and splendor signs, that they might display the magnificence of his work to the angels and to the souls of men, and that these might glorify all his work and operations, might see the effect of his power, might glorify the great labor of his hands, and bless him forever. Hello. Welcome to APM Research, Heaven and Hell. Today, we would like to take you on an exciting journey up to the heavens and straight down to hell. This should give you a better understanding of the connection these two are playing in our material world. Are you ready? Good. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. What we have here are two constellation maps. One is with an incorrect Mercator map projection, which is here. This layout would be just like viewing a map, but with this one, the images are all chopped up to portray going around the globe, with the idea that Alaska and Russia are right next to each other. As it has been pointed out in the past, this is not what our world is, and we at APM have proven this through flight routes, as well as ship cruises. The international dateline is the area they have cut off to hide the gates and what is beyond. The international dateline is faked to support the globe model, the ring of fire projection, and the misinterpreted aurora borealis projection. A big thanks to FPV for cutting and correcting the sky projection map of the constellations, as well as these others from the past. So as a little bonus, let's look at some of the previous corrections that we have made. The ring of fire, the aurora borealis, and the CIA map of safe zones. Now, here's the corrected version of the constellations that we see in the heavens. Notice how all the constellations are intact as one character instead of chopped in half. Also, how the land masses align correctly in the north and the south. Also, looking at the two sine waves, notice how they flip completely opposite to one another, yet they still work to create the sine wave. Now, we are going to travel to the heavens and show how all this works. Aquarius is a constellation of the zodiac. Its name is Latin for water carrier or cup carrier. Aquarius is one of the oldest of the recognized constellations along the zodiac, which is the sun's path. It is found in a region often called the sea due to its profusion of constellations with watery associations. There you will find Cetus the well, Eridanus the river. Aquarius is identified as the Great One in Babylonian star catalogs and represents the god Ah himself, who is commonly depicted holding an overflowing vase. The Babylonian star figure appears with entitlement stones and cylinder seals from the second millennium. It contained the winter solstice in the early Bronze Age. In Old Babylonian astronomy, Ah was the ruler of the southernmost quarter of the sun's path, the way of Ah, corresponding to the period of 45 days on either side of the winter solstice. Aquarius was also associated with the destructive floods that the Babylonians regularly experienced. In Greek mythology, Aquarius is sometimes associated with Deus Leon, the son of Prometheus, who built a ship with his wife Pyrrha to survive an imminent flood. They sailed for 9 days before washing ashore on Mount Parnassus. Aquarius is also sometimes identified with the beautiful Ganymede, a youth in Greek mythology and the son of the Trojan king Tros, who was taken to Mount Olympus by Zeus to act as a cup carrier to the gods. Yet another figure associated with the water bearer is Cecropes, a king of Athens who sacrificed water instead of wine to the gods. There are 3 major meteor showers with radiance that come from Aquarius. The Eta Aquarids, which is between April 21st and May 12th. This one is seen coming from the water jug. The Delta Aquarids, which peak once on July 29th and again on August 6th. And the Iota Aquarids, which also peaks on August 6th. Capricornus. Its name is Latin for the horn goat, or the goat horn, or having horns like a goat, and it is commonly represented in the form of a sea goat. This is a mythical creature that is half goat, half fish. This constellation is also located in the area of the sky called the Sea. It is the smallest constellation in the zodiac. The constellation was first attested in depictions on a cylinder seal from around the 21st century BCE. It was explicitly recorded in the Babylonian star catalogs before 1000 BCE. In the early Bronze Age, the winter solstice occurred in the constellation. But due to the precession of the equinoxes, the December solstice now takes place in the constellation Sagittarius. The Sun is now in the constellation Capricorn from late January through mid-February. Although the solstice during the Northern Hemisphere's winter no longer takes place while the Sun is in the constellation Capricornus, as it did until 130 BCE, the astrological sign called Capricorn is still used to denote the position of the solstice, and the latitude of the Sun's most southerly position continues to be called the Tropic of Capricorn, a term which also applies to the line on the Earth at which the Sun is directly overhead at local noon on the day of the December solstice. Despite its faintness, the constellation Capricornus has one of the oldest mythological associations, having been consistently represented as a hybrid of a goat and a fish since the Middle Bronze Age, when the Babylonians used Molsuhermas, the goatfish, as a symbol of their god Ah. In Greek mythology, the constellation is sometimes identified as Amathea, the goat that suckled the infant Zeus after his mother Rhea saved him from being devoured by his father Kronos. Sagittarius. Its name is Latin for the archer and is commonly represented as a centaur pulling back a bow. The Babylonians identified Sagittarius as the god Nergal, a strange centaur-like creature firing an arrow from a bow. In Greek mythology, Sagittarius is usually identified as a centaur, half human, half horse. However, perhaps due to the Greeks' adoption of the Sumerian constellation, some confusion surrounds the identity of the archer. Some identify Sagittarius as the centaur Chiron, the son of Philyra and Kronos, who is said to have changed himself into a horse to escape his jealous wife, Rhea, and tutor to Jason. As there are two centaurs in the sky, some identify Chiron with the other constellation known as Centaurus. Or, as an alternative tradition holds, that Chiron devised the constellations Sagittarius and Centaurus to help guide the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece. A competing mythological tradition, as espoused by Eratosthenes, identified the archer not as a centaur, but as the satyr Crotus, son of Pan, who Greeks credited with the invention of archery. According to myth, Crotus often went hunting on horseback and lived among the Muses, who requested that Zeus place him in the sky, where he is seen demonstrating archery. The arrow of the constellation points towards the star Antares, the heart of the scorpion, and Sagittarius stands poised to attack should Scorpius ever attack the nearby Hercules, or to avenge Scorpius's slaying of Orion. Scorpius. Its name is Latin for scorpion. It is a large constellation located in the southern hemisphere near the center of the Milky Way. It is written that Orion boasted to goddess Artemis and her mother Leto that he would kill every animal on earth. Although Artemis was known to be a hunter herself, she offered protection to all the creatures. Artemis and her mother Leto sent a scorpion to deal with Orion. The pair battled, and the scorpion killed Orion. However, the contest was apparently a lively one that caught the attention of the king of the gods, Zeus, who later raised the scorpion to heaven at the request of Artemis. So every winter, Orion hunts in the sky, but every summer he flees as the constellation of Scorpion comes. In another Greek story involving Scorpio without Orion, Phaeton, whom is the mortal male offspring of Helios, went to his father, who had earlier sworn by the river Styx to give Phaeton anything he should ask for. Phaeton wanted to drive his father's sun chariot for a day. Although Helios tried to dissuade his son, Phaeton was adamant. However, when the day arrived, Phaeton panicked and lost control of the white horses that drew the chariot. First, the earth grew chill as Phaeton flew too high and encountered the celestial scorpion. Its deadly sting raised a strike. Alarmed, he dipped the chariot too close, causing all the vegetation to burn. By accident, Phaeton turned most of Africa into a desert and darkened the skin of the Ethiopian nation. Eventually, Zeus was forced to intervene by striking the runaway chariot and Phaeton with a lightning bolt to put an end to its rampage. and Phaeton plunged into the river Eridanos. The Babylonians called this constellation Mul-Ghurtab, the Scorpion. The signs can literally read as the creature with a burning sting. In some old descriptions, the constellation Libra was treated as the scorpion's claws. Libra was known as the claws of Scorpion in the Babylonian times. The Western astrological sign Scorpio differs from the astronomical constellation. Astronomically, the Sun is in Scorpius for only 6 days, from November 23rd to November 28th. Scorpius corresponds to the Hindu nakshatras Anuradha, Yeshtha, and Mula. Libra. Its name is Latin for weighing scales. Libra was known in Babylonian astronomy as Mul Zibanu, the scales or balance, as alternatively as the claws of Scorpion. The scales were held sacred to the sun god Shamash, who was also the patron of truth and justice. It was also seen as the scorpion's claws in ancient Greece. In Arabic, Zubana means scorpion's claws, and likely, similarly in other Semitic languages, this resemblance of words may be why the scorpion's claws became the scales. It has also been suggested that the scales are an allusion to the fact that when the sun entered this part of the ecliptic at the autumnal equinox, the days and nights are equal. Libra's status as the location of the equinox earned the equinox the name first point of Libra, though this location ceased to coincide with the constellation in 730 AD because of the precession of the equinoxes. In ancient Egypt, the 3 brightest stars of Libra formed a constellation that they viewed as a boat. Virgo. Its name is Latin for virgin. Virgo is prominent in the spring sky in the northern hemisphere, visible all night in March and April. As the largest zodiac constellation, the sun takes 44 days to pass through it, longer than any other. During the Middle Ages, Virgo sometimes was associated with the Blessed Virgin Mary. Early Greek astronomy associated the Babylonian constellation with their goddess Demeter. The Romans associated it with their goddess Ceres. Alternatively, the constellation was sometimes identified as the virgin goddess Iastita or Astrea, holding the scales of justice in her hand. That has now been separated as the constellation Libra. Classical Times identifies Virgo as Erigon, the daughter of Icarius of Athens. Icarius, who had been favored by Dionysus, was killed by his shepherds while they were intoxicated, after which Erigon hanged herself in grief. Another figure who is associated with the constellation Virgo was the spring goddess Persephone, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, who had married Hades and resides in the underworld during the summer. Leo. Its name is Latin for lion. Leo was one of the earliest recognized constellations, with archaeological evidence that the Mesopotamians had a similar constellation as early as 4000 BCE. The Persians called Leo Sur, or Shur. The Turks referred to it as Artan. For the Syrians, it was Aryo. For the Jews, it was Eri. The Indians called him Simha. All of these mean lion. Some mythologists believe that in Samaria, Leo represented the monster Humbaba, who was killed by Gilgamesh. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was called Argula, the Great Lion. The bright star, Regulus, was known as the star that stands at the lion's breast. Regulus also had distinctly regal associations, as it was known as the king star. In Greek mythology, Leo was identified as the Nemean lion, which was killed by Hercules during the first of his 12 labors. The Nemean lion would take women as hostages to its lair in the cave, luring warriors from nearby towns to save the damsel in distress. To their misfortune, the lion was impervious to any weaponry. Thus, the warriors' clubs, swords, and spears were rendered useless against it. Realizing that he must defeat the lion with his bare hands, Hercules slipped into the lion's cave and engaged it at close quarters. When the lion pounced, Hercules caught it in mid-air, one hand grasping the lion's forelegs and the other his hind legs, and bent it backwards, breaking its back and freeing the trapped maidens. Zeus commemorated this labor by placing the lion in the sky. As of 2002, the sun appears in the constellation Leo from August 10th to September 10th, and the meteor shower, the Leonids, occur in November, peaking on November 14th and 15th. It causes a significant outburst every 35 years. Cancer. Its name is Latin for crab. It is best visible at 9 p.m. during the month of March. Under city skies, Cancer is invisible to the naked eye. Cancer is said to have been the place for the Akkadian sun of the south, perhaps from its position at the summer solstice in very remote antiquity. But afterwards it was associated with the fourth month, Uzu, that's June through July in the modern Western calendar, and was known for the northern gate of the sun. Showing but few stars, Cancer was often considered the dark sign, quaintly described as black and without eyes. Dante, alluding to this faintness and position in the heavens, wrote in Paradiso, "Then a light among them brightened, so that if Cancer one such crystal had, winter would have a month of one sole day." Cancer was the location of the sun's most northerly position in the sky, the summer solstice, in ancient times, though this position now occurs in Taurus due to the precession of the equinoxes around June 21st. This is the time the sun is directly overhead at 23.5 degrees north, a parallel now known as the Tropic of Cancer. In Coptic Egypt, it identified with Anubis, one of the Egyptian divinities commonly associated with Sirius. Gemini. Its name is Latin for twins. In classical antiquity, Cancer and not Gemini was the location of the sun on the first day of summer. In 1990, the location of the sun on the first day of summer moved from Gemini to Taurus. The sun will move through Gemini from June 21st through July 20th, all the way through the year 2062. Gemini is prominent in the winter skies of the northern hemisphere and is visible the entire night in December and January. In Babylonian astronomy, the stars Castor and Pollux were known as the Great Twins. The twins were regarded as minor gods and were called Meshlemteia and Lugalira, meaning respectively the one who has risen from the underworld and the mighty king. Both names can be understood as titles of Nergal, the major Babylonian god of plague and pestilence, who is the king of the underworld. The Geminids are a bright meteor shower that peak on December 13th and 14th. The Epsilon Geminids peak between October 18th and October 29th and have only been recently confirmed. They overlap with Orionids, which makes the Epsilon Geminids difficult to detect visually. Taurus. The name is Latin for the bull. Taurus is a large and prominent constellation in the northern hemisphere's winter sky. It is one of the oldest constellations, dating back to at least the early Bronze Age, when it marked the location of the sun during the spring equinox. Its importance to the agricultural calendar influenced various bull figures in mythology of ancient Sumer. Also Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The identification of the constellation of Taurus with a bull is very old, certainly dating back to the Chalcolithic and perhaps even the Upper Paleolithic. Taurus is represented in a cave painting at the Hall of Bulls in the caves at Lascaux. It is accompanied by a depiction of the Pleiades. Taurus marked the point of the vernal spring equinox from about 4000 BC to 1700 BC, after which it moved to the neighboring constellation Aries. The Pleiades were closest to the sun at the vernal equinox around the 23rd century BC. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was listed in the Mola Pen as Guaana, the bull of heaven. It has been claimed that when the Babylonians first set up their zodiac, the vernal equinox laid in Taurus. The old Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Ishtar sends Taurus, the bull of heaven, to kill Gilgamesh for spurning her advances. Enkidu tears off the bull's hind part and hurls the quarters into the sky, where they become the stars we now know as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Some locate Gilgamesh as the neighboring constellation of Orion, facing Taurus as if in combat, while others identify him with the sun, whose rising on the equinox vanquishes the constellation. In early Mesopotamian art, the bull of heaven was closely associated with Inanna. In Greek mythology, Taurus was identified with Zeus, who assumed the form of a magnificent white bull to abduct Europa, a legendary Phoenician princess. In illustrations of Greek mythology, only the front portion of this constellation is depicted. This was sometimes explained as Taurus being partially submerged as he carried Europa out of the sea. A second Greek myth portrays Taurus as Io, a mistress of Zeus. To hide his lover from his wife, Hera, Zeus changed Io into the heifer. Greek mythographer Acuslias marks the bull Taurus as the same that formed the myth of the Cretan bull, which was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. As of 2008, the sun appears in the constellation Taurus from May 13th to June 21st. Aries. The name is Latin for the ram. Aries came to represent specifically the ram whose fleece became the golden fleece of ancient Greek mythology. It has represented a ram since the late Babylonian times. Aries is recognized as an official specific region of the sky. In the description of the Babylonian zodiac given in the clay tablets, the constellation, now known as Aries, was the final station along the ecliptic. The earliest identifiable reference to Aries as a distinct constellation comes from the boundary stones that date from 1350 to 1000 BC. In ancient Egyptian astronomy, Aries was associated with the god Amun-Ra. It was called the indicator of the reborn sun. During the times of the year when Aries was prominent, priests would process statues of Amun-Ra to temples. Aries acquired the title Lord of the Head in Egypt, referring to its symbolic and mythological importance. The first point of Aries, the location of the vernal equinox, is named for the constellation. This is because the sun crossed the celestial equator from south to north in Aries more than 2 millennia ago. Hipparchus identified it in 130 BC as the point south of Gamma Aratus. Because of the process of the equinoxes, the first point of Aries has since moved into Pisces and will move into Aquarius around 2600 AD. The sun now appears in Aries from late April through mid-May, though the constellation is still associated with the beginning of spring. In a similar system to the Chinese, the first lunar mansion in Hindu astronomy was called Aswini, after the traditional name for the Beta and Gamma Aratus, the Aswins. Because the Hindu New Year begins with the equinox, Aries itself is known as Ajah and Misha. In Hebrew astronomy, Aries was named Tele, It signified either Simeon or God, and generally symbolizes the Lamb of the world. Aries is home to several meteor showers. Most of the daytime Aretids are not visible to the naked eye. They are observed in a radio spectrum. This is possible because of the ionized gas they leave in their wake. Other meteor showers radiate from Aries during the day. This includes the daytime Epsilon Arids, and they appear from October 12th to October 23rd. Also, the northern and southern daytime May Aretids and the Delta Aretids are another meteor shower radiating from Aries. The shower lasts from December 8th to January 14th. We also have the autumn Aretids, which also radiate from Aries, and this lasts from September 7th to October 27th. Pisces. Pisces originates from some composition of the Great Swallow. In current Western Pisces and Enuntium, the Lady of Heaven, at the place of the northern fish. In the first millennium BC, text known as the Astronomical Diaries, part of the constellation, was also called Dununu, the fish cord or the ribbon. In the Greek version, according to Hyginus, Aphrodite and Eros, while visiting Syria, fled from the monster Typhon by leaping into the Euphrates River and transforming into fish. The Roman variant of the story has Venus and Cupid being carried away from this danger on the back of two fishes. There is also a somewhat different origin tale that Hyginus preserved in another work. According to this, an egg rolled into the Euphrates, and some fishes nudged this to shore, after which the doves sat on the egg until Aphrodite hatched out of it. The fishes were then rewarded by being placed in the sky as a constellation. This story is also recorded by the Third Vatican mythographer, Pegasus, a constellation in the northern sky, named after the winged horse Pegasus in Greek mythology. Pegasus in Greek mythology was a winged horse with magical powers. One myth regarding his powers says that his hooves dug out a spring. Pegasus was the one who delivered Medusa's head, after which he traveled to Mount Olympus in order to be the bearer of thunder and lightning for Zeus. Eventually, he became the horse to Bellerophon, who was asked to kill the Chimera, and succeeded with the help of Athena and Pegasus. Despite his success, after the death of his children, Bellerophon asked Pegasus to take him to Mount Olympus. Though Pegasus agreed, he plummeted back to Earth after Zeus either threw him a thunderbolt at him or made Pegasus buck him off. Pegasus was also recognized in some myths as the son of the Gorgon Medusa and the god Poseidon. In ancient Persia, Pegasus was depicted by Al-Sufi as a complete horse facing east. Unlike most other ureographers, who had depicted Pegasus as half of a horse rising out of the ocean. In Hindu astronomy, the Great Square Pegasus contained the 26th and 27th lunar mansions. More specifically, it represented a bedstead that was a resting place for the moon. Aquila. is a constellation on the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for eagle, and it represents the bird that carried Zeus, or Jupiter's thunderbolt in Greek Roman mythology. In Hinduism, the constellation Aquila is identified with the half-eagle, half-human deity Garuda. In Chinese astronomy, it is located within the heavenly market enclosure. The Maori people, named Altair Potu Te Rangi, which means pillar of the sky, because of its very important position in their cosmology. Scutum. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the shield in Latin. It is the fifth smallest constellation in the sky. The constellation was originally introduced by the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius in the 17th century. Hevelius named it Scutum Sobieskianum, the shield of Sobieski, in honor of the Polish king Jan III Sobieski, who had been victorious in the Battle of Vienna in 1683. Scutum constellation is not associated with any myths. This is also not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Lyra is a small constellation. Lyra was often represented on star maps as a vulture or an eagle carrying a lyre, and hence is sometimes referred to as Vultur Cadens or Aquila Cadens, which means falling vulture or falling eagle. Lyra is nearly overhead in temperate northern latitudes shortly after midnight after the start of summer. From the equator to about the 40th parallel south, it is visible low in the northern sky during the same winter months. In Greek mythology, Lyra represents the lyre of Orpheus, made by Hermes from a tortoise shell, given to Apollo as a bargain. It was said to be the first lyre ever produced. Orpheus's music was said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as trees, streams, and rocks could be charmed. Joining Jason and the Argonauts, his music was able to quell the voices of the dangerous sirens who sang tempting songs to the Argonauts. At one point, Orpheus married Eurydice, a nymph. While fleeing from an attack by Aristeus, she stepped on a snake that bit her, killing her. To reclaim her, Orpheus entered the underworld, where the music from his lyre charmed Hades. Hades relented and let Orpheus bring Eurydice back on the condition that he never once looked back until outside. Unfortunately, near the very end, Orpheus faltered and looked back, causing Eurydice to be left in the underworld forever. Orpheus spent the rest of his life strumming his lyre while wandering aimlessly through the land, rejecting all marriage offers from women. Hercules is a constellation named after Hercules, the Roman hero, adapted from the Greek hero Hercules. The earliest Greek reference to the constellation do not refer to it as Hercules. Aratus describes it as follows: right there, in Draco's orbit wheel a phantom form, like to a man that strives at a task. That sign no man knows how to read clearly, nor what the task he is bent, but men simply call him on his knees. Now that phantom that toils on his knees seems to sit on a bended knee, and from both his shoulders his hands are upraised and stretched, one this way and one that, a fathom's length. Over the middle of the head of the crooked dragon he has the tip of his right foot. Here too that crown, which glorious Dionysus set to be a memorial of the dead Eridine, wheels beneath the back of the toil-spent phantom. To the phantom's back the crown is near, but by his head mark near at hand the head of Ophiuchus. Hermes pierced for strings and bade it be called the lyra, and he brought it into the heaven and set it in front of the unknown phantom. That croucher on his knees comes near the lyre with his left knee, but the top of the bird's head wheels on the other side, and between the bird's head and the phantom's knee is instarred the lyre. The story connecting Hercules with the constellation is recounted by Dionysus on his way back to Mycenae from Iberia, having obtained the castle of Geryon as his 10th labor. Hercules came to Liguria in northwestern Italy, where he engaged in battle with two giants, Albion and Bergion. The opponents were strong. Hercules was in a difficult position, so he prayed to his father Zeus for help. With the aegis of Zeus, Hercules won the battle. It was this kneeling position of Hercules, when prayed to his father Zeus, that gave him the name the Kneeler. Corona Borealis is a small constellation in the northern celestial hemisphere. Its brightest stars form a semicircle arc. Its Latin name, inspired by its shape, means northern crown. In classical mythology, Corona Borealis generally represents the crown given by the god Dionysus to the Cretan princess Eridine, and set by him in the heavens. Other cultures linked the pattern to a circle of elders, an eagle's nest, a bear's den, or even a smoke hole. Ptolemy also listed a southern counterpart, the Corona Australis, with a similar pattern. In Greek mythology, Corona Borealis was linked to the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur. It was generally considered to represent a crown given by Dionysus to Eridine, after she had been abandoned by the Athenian princess Theseus. When she wore the crown at her marriage to Dionysus, he placed it in the heavens to commemorate their wedding. In Welsh mythology, it was called Caer Arianhud, the castle of the silver circle, and was the heavenly abode of the lady Arianhud. To ancient Balts, Corona Borealis was known as Darzelis, the flower garden. The Skitty people of Native America saw the stars of Corona Borealis representing a council of stars whose chief was Polaris. The Shawnee people saw the stars as the heavenly sisters who descended from the sky every night to dance on earth. Bootes is a constellation in the northern sky. The name comes from the Greek meaning herdsman or plowman. In ancient Babylon, the stars of Bootes were known as Shupa. They were apparently depicted as the god Enlil. The name Bootes was first used by Homer in his Odyssey as a celestial reference point for navigation, described as late setting or slow to set. Exactly whom Bootes is supposed to represent in Greek mythology is not clear. According to one version, he was a son of Demeter, twin brother of Plutus, a plowman who drove the oxen in the constellation Ursa Major. The Greek name for Bootes means bear watcher. The stars of Bootes were incorporated into many different Chinese constellations. Arcturus was part of the most prominent of these, variously designated as the Celestial King's Throne, or the Blue Dragon's Horn. Arcturus was given much importance in Chinese celestial mythology because of its status marking the beginning of the lunar calendar. Depictions of Bootes have varied historically. Aratus described him circling the North Pole, herding the two bears. Later, in ancient Greek depictions described by Ptolemy, have him holding the reins of his hunting dogs in his left hand, with a spear, club, or staff in his right hand. After Hevelius introduced Mon Maenalus in 1681, Bootes was often depicted standing on the Peloponnese mountain. Ursa Major, also known as the Great Bear, is a constellation in the northern sky whose associated mythology likely dates back into prehistory. Its Latin name means greater or larger she-bear, referring to and contrasting it with the nearby Ursa Minor, the lesser bear. Ursa Major is primarily known from the asterism of its 7 main stars, which has been called the Big Dipper. Its 2 brightest stars can be used as navigational pointer towards the place of the current North Pole star Polaris. Ursa Major is visible throughout the year from most of the northern hemisphere and appears circumpolar above the mid-northern latitudes. From southern temperate latitudes, the main asterism is invisible. In Roman mythology, Jupiter, the king of gods, lusts after a young woman named Callisto, a nymph of Diana. Jupiter's jealous wife discovers that Callisto has a son named Arcus and believes it's by Jupiter. Juno then transforms the beautiful Callisto into a bear, so she no longer attracts Jupiter. Callisto, while in bear form, later encounters her son Arcus. Arcus almost shoots the bear, but to avert the tragedy, Jupiter turns Arcus into a bear too, and puts them both in the sky, forming Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. In ancient times, the name of the constellation was Helike, which means turning, because it turns around the pole. It is the sole constellation that never sinks below the horizon and bathes in the ocean's waves, so this is why it's used as a celestial reference point for navigation. Draco is a constellation in the far northern sky. Its name is Latin for dragon. Draco is circumpolar, never setting, and can be seen all year from the northern latitudes. Thuban, a Draconis, was the northern pole star from 3942 BC when it moved further north than Theta Butes until 1793 BC. The Egyptian pyramids were designed to have one side facing north, with an entrance passage geometrically aligned so that Thuban would be visible at night. Due to the effects of the precession, it will again be the pole star around the year AD 21,000. The traditional name of the Alpha Draconis, Thuban, means head of the serpent. Dragons in Greek mythology that may have inspired the constellation's name include Ledon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides. Hercules killed Ledon during his 12 labors. He was tasked with stealing the golden apples. In Greco-Roman legend, Draco was a dragon killed by the goddess Minerva and tossed into the sky upon his defeat. The dragon was one of the giants who battled the Olympic gods for 10 years. As Minerva threw the dragon, it became twisted on itself and froze at the cold north celestial pole before it could right itself. Sometimes Draco is represented as the Titan son of Gaia, Typhon. Traditionally, Arabic astronomy depicts that Draco had 100 magnificent heads, guarded the golden apple tree, and was put in the sky as a constellation for protecting the apples with valor. In February, we have the Draconids, which is a meteor shower that was discovered February 4, 2011. Auriga is north of the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for the charioteer. Auriga is most prominent during winter evenings in the northern hemisphere, as are 5 other constellations that have stars in the winter hexagon asterism. Because of its northern declination, Auriga is only visible in its entirety as far as 34 degrees south. The first record of Auriga's stars was in Mesopotamia as a constellation called Gam, representing a scimitar or crook. In Greek mythology, Auriga is often identified as the mythological Greek hero Eratosthenes of Athens, the son of Hephaestus, who was raised by the goddess Athena. His chariot was created in the image of the sun's chariot, the reason Zeus placed him in the heavens. The Athenian hero then dedicated himself to Athena, and soon after Zeus raised him into the night sky in honor of his ingenuity and his heroic deeds. Indigenous people of California and Nevada also noticed the bright patterns of Auriga's stars. To them, the constellation's bright stars formed a curve that was represented in crescent-shaped petroglyphs. The people of Marshall Island featured Auriga in the myth of Dumur, which tells the story of the creation of the sky. Antares in Scorpius represents Dumur, the oldest son of the star's mother, and the Pleiades represent her youngest son. Auriga is home to 2 meteor showers. The Aurigids, and formerly called the Alpha Aurigids, are renowned for their intermittent outbursts, such as those in 1935, 1986, 1994, and 2007. The Zeta Aurigids are a weak shower with a northern and southern branch lasting from December 11th to January 21st. Perseus is a constellation in the northern sky, being named after the Greek mythological hero Perseus. Perseus was tasked with saving Andromeda from the Kraken. Perseus hosts the radiant of the annual Perseids meteor shower, one of the most prominent meteor showers in the sky. They radiate from mid-July, peaking in activity between the 9th and 10th of August each year. They have been observed for about 2,000 years. Horologium. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the clock in Latin. It is a small, faint constellation that was created in the 18th century by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille. Lacaille originally named the constellation Horologium Oscillatorium, or the pendulum clock, but the name was later shortened simply to Horologium, the clock. The constellation is not associated with any mists and does not have any bright stars. This is not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Crater is a small constellation in the southern celestial hemisphere. It depicts a cup that has been associated with the god Apollo and is perched on the back of Hydra, the water snake. Crater is identified with a story from Greek mythology in which a crow or raven serves Apollo and is sent to fetch water. But it delays its journey as it finds some figs and waits for them to ripen before eating them. Finally, it retrieves the water in a cup and takes back a water snake, blaming it for drinking the water. According to the myth, Apollo saw through the fraud and angrily cast the crow, cup, and snake into the sky. The 3 constellations were arranged in such a way that the crow was prevented from drinking from the cup. Phylarchus wrote of a different origin for Crater. He told how the city of Eleusa near Troy was beset by plague. Its ruler, Demiphon, consulted an oracle who decreed that a maiden would be sacrificed each year. Demiphon declared that he would choose a maiden by lottery, but did not include his own daughters. One noble objected, so Demiphon sacrificed his daughter. Later, Mastusius killed Demiphon's daughters and fed the ruler a mixture of their blood and wine from a cup. Upon finding out the deed, the king ordered Mastusius and the cup to be thrown into the sea. Crater signifies the cup. The craterids are a faint meteor shower that takes place between January 11th and January 22nd. Argo, a very large constellation in the southern sky that has been divided into 3 constellations of Carina, Puppis, and Vela. The genitive was Argus Navis. Flamsteed and other early modern astronomers called the constellation Navis the ship. It was identified in Greek mythology with Argo, the ship used by Jason and the Argonauts that sailed to Colosseums in search of the Golden Fleece. The original constellation is presently found near the southern horizon of the Mediterranean sky, becoming visible in springtime and sailed westward, skimming along the river of the Milky Way. Argo Navis was long known to Greek observers who were believed to have derived it from Egypt around 1000 BCE. For example, Plutarch identified Argo with the Egyptian constellation called the Boat of Osiris. Ptolemy described Argo as occupying the portion of the Milky Way between Canis Major and Centaurus, and identified stars comprising such detail as the little shield, the steering oar, the mast holder, the stern ornament, which continued to be reflected in cartographic representations in celestial atlases into the 19th century. Another interesting feature of the constellation is that it appeared to be moving backwards against the backdrop of the night sky. The final breakup and abolishment of Argo was proposed by Sir John Herschel in 1841 and again in 1844. As a result of this breakup, Argo is the only one of the 48 original constellations listed by Ptolemy in his Almagest that is no longer officially recognized as a single constellation. The tools. These are three interesting looking constellations that are shaped like a ruler, a square set, a compass, and a triangle. These are not Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. The first is Norma. It means normal in Latin, referring to a right angle, and it represents a level, a set square, a ruler, and a carpenter square. The constellation was introduced in the mid-18th century. Norma constellation is not associated with any myths. Circinus is a constellation located in the southern sky. Its name means the compass in Latin, referring to the tool used for drawing circles. Circinus was created and first catalogued by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille in the 18th century. Lacaille created the constellation to bridge the void between Triangulum Australe and the stars marking Centaurus's forefeet. Triangulum Australe is a constellation that lies in the southern sky. Its name means the southern triangle in Latin. The three brightest stars in the constellation form an equilateral triangle. Triangulum Australe was created by the Dutch astronomer Petrus Plancius in the late 16th century. The constellation is located too far south to be visible from Europe and most of the northern hemisphere, but it never sets below the horizon south of the equator. Now, let's take a look at some other zodiac-related data. The movements. The zodiacs have 3 different movements. They are in 3 groups of 4, each group having its own type of movement. The first is a fixed group, which the movement is like a square. This group consists of Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. The second is the mutable group, which the movement is that of an infinity sign. This group consists of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and Sagittarius. The last group is the cardinal group, which the movement is a direct movement of either up, down, toward you, or away from you. This group consists of Capricorn, Libra, Cancer, and Aries. The next bit we can look at is the information given to us about the pre-Diluvian zodiac. Evidence of a correspondence between the pre-Diluvian patriarchs and the signs of the zodiac is found in the Jewish synagogue inscription from Engedi. The synagogue itself was destroyed around 530 AD. The zodiac signs were allocated to Adam and his descendants as follows. Abel, Aries. Aries is the sign representing the first generation, and Aries is the first sign of the zodiac in every astrological system. Aries, the lamb, represents Adam's firstborn Abel, the shepherd. Seth, Taurus. Seth was so named because his mother Eve exclaimed at his birth, "God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, whom Cain slew." The other seed is really the same seed in another form. The exchange of Seth for Abel because of the latter's murder by Cain is exactly symbolized in the conjoined sign Taurus and Arija. The jealous bull attacks 2 children who are protected by the shepherd Arija and Capella, the latter being the children's mother, Arija, Adam, Capella, Eve. And the two children of Eve are Seth and Abel. The Hermetic literature states that Agathodaimon is the biblical patriarch Seth. In Egypt, Agathodaimon was equated with Osiris, and Osiris was believed to be represented in the zodiac by the sign of Taurus. Enoch, Gemini. The name Enoch means human companionship. It is represented in the zodiac by two equivalent males, two men embracing in fellowship, or a male and a female pair, the Gemini. Canaan, Cancer. Canaan means gathering together into a home, nest, or community. It is represented in the zodiac by a crab or similar creature gathering together its offspring with its pincers. The offspring being the cluster of stars known as Praesepe. Mahalalel, Leo. Mahalalel means public recognition or acclaim of the divine leader, symbolized in the zodiac by a lion, the universally recognized king of beasts. Jared, Virgo. Jared means descent or fall anciently. Jared's name was taken to signify prophetically the pre-diluvian descent of the sons of God and their indiscriminate comings with the daughters of men. This in turn was a historical development and reduplication of the fall of Eve. As Eve was seduced by the fallen angel Satan working through the serpent, so the daughters of men were seduced by the fallen sons of God. God promised, however, that a seed of the woman would come one day who would crush the serpent's head, and who would be wounded in the heel himself in the process. This great Bible theme is symbolized by the sign of Virgo, which represents a sexually mature virgin holding a vine plant, who is the mother of a seed, Spica. The botanical imagery is clear throughout. The virgin lying on her side is actually identified with the fallen tree or felled branch, which is to bring forth the promised seed. Sometimes the branch is a palm branch, the palm being a tree which reproduces by fertilizing itself, the virgin birth. Enoch, Libra. Enoch means to begin to teach, instruct, train, tame, break in, or to initiate an animal or human, originally by control of the jaws or rubbing the palate. It is symbolized by the sign of Libra, meaning the beginning of the acquisition of judgment or discernment, and originally this sign forms the jaws of the claws of the scorpion, representing divine judgment by the word. The sign depicts the commencement of the weighing, one scale being lower than the other, specifically the beginning of judgment or discernment. Methuselah, Scorpio. Methuselah means armed man or security man, man of a sting or dart. It is symbolized by Scorpio, a creature armed with a sting, which it throws at its victim like a dart, using its bow like a tail. Lamech, Sagittarius, comes from the root LMK. The meaning is to melt, sink down, cringe, bow, be bent, vanish away, fade, or dissolve, so that the LMK is a variant of NMK, to dissolve. As elsewhere in Hebrew, L and M are interchangeable. The root NMK is cognate to the word makak, which are used to describe the melting, bending, or bowing effect. The name Lamech is a noun formed from this root and therefore means bowing or bending, being aptly symbolized by the bent bow of Sagittarius. And in some zodiacs, the asterism is represented accordingly simply by a bent bow. The loaded bow is also a symbol of male fertility, hence the equine body of Sagittarius and other zodiacs. Other connotation is fading out, so that Sagittarius is specifically the shooter of meteoric arrows, which burn out in the atmosphere. From the root meaning arises, the further signification, subdue level, cause the bow down, overthrown. And hence the name Lamech is interpreted to mean the strong, the mighty, the wild and invincible overthrower. This meaning, too, is aptly portrayed by the figure of a wild centaur stepping forward in combat in the act of firing a bow, leveling his enemies with a shower of meteoric arrows. Noah, Capricorn. Noah means rest or relief, literally the reclining of an animal. It is symbolized by the reclining ungulate, goat, sheep, or antelope of Capricorn, which in some zodiacs is simply a reclining ungulate, but in others it is depicted with the tail of a fish, representing the two phases of Noah's life, pre- and post-flood. The flood was believed to have been foretold by a gathering of all the planets and the signs of Capricorn. Japheth and Ham, Pisces. Japheth means multiplication of progeny or numerical expansion. It is represented by crossed fishes in Pisces, the fish being symbolic of the numerical increase of progeny. There is a further reference in the sign to the flood through which Japheth passed, and to the fact that there was a conflict between Japheth's descendants and Hamites, specifically with Ham's son Canaan and his progeny, who, though bound by his family kinship to Japheth, which is the band around the sign of Pisces, yet tended in earthly and opposite directions, symbolized by the fish in Pisces swimming along the ecliptic, the worldly path, contrary to the direction of other fish, which is swimming towards the zenith. And the last bit I'd like to finish with is the fact that the zodiac relates to the gates. This was presented originally with the seasons video, so let's focus on this information. Each of the 12 gates is associated directly with a particular zodiac in relation to which gate the sun is launching from during the year. They are as follows. Gate 4R is Aries. Gate 5R is Taurus. Gate 6R is Gemini. Gate 6F is Cancer. Gate 5F is Leo. Gate 4F is Virgo. Gate 3R is Libra. Gate 2R is Scorpio. Gate 1R is Sagittarius. Gate 1F is Capricorn. Gate 2F is Aquarius. And Gate 3F is Pisces. This explains our zodiac months as well as why the sun appears to rise from a specific degree for so long. It's simply rising from the front and rear gate of this area. This also, as presented in the seasons video, gives us the analemma of the sun, the infinity symbol. So, I hope you enjoyed learning about the heavens as much as I did. Now, I'm going to hand it over so we can head down to hell.
You better buckle up for this one, people. We're on an express elevator to hell, but we will be coming back. What you are seeing is real-world magnetic data supplied by Ceres, showing a top-down view of our realm. This is a clip he made to show how we can move around the magnetic data. This particular clip is descending from an altitude of 130,000 kilometers, that's 80,778 miles, down to the center of our map. X marks the spot. Notice the coiled areas rising to amazing heights. These go deep below ground. The thin white lines you can see crossing them are this magnetic data we see here, the same data we have seen clouds taking the shape of. Each of these coiled areas would represent the angel technology below, the particle accelerators, the seal of the 144,000 in their sealed rooms below. Remember, Scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. This is just some of the many that will be down there. The spiraling effect from them is their signature. You can see how the one at the center is being compressed by others and its pressure wave is forced north and south. This is the compression and expansion that we covered in our Let There Be Light video, and it is amazing to see it show on this magnetic data, thus confirming the APM model more. North is the top right and south the bottom left. The equator is going bottom right to top left of your screen. And now a sneak preview of what is below. This is looking directly over the equator and reveals some very interesting formations below. We will be looking forward to more of this data from Ceres, and we can present and explain them in future videos. This is amazing work by Ceres, and I'll leave a link to his channel below. Here are a few more images from Ceres. Notice the coiled areas of magnetic data captured brilliantly. You can also see their pressure waves quite clearly in this. This is fantastic work and I can't wait to see more. To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape as referenced by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santos Bonacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. A smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I made this clip to show you what the constellations look like as they cross our map and grid. You can see the compression at the centre, and the ones in the north and south appear to be revolving around those locations. This, however, could be due to perspective and the way our eyes work. They may in fact be crossing in straight lines. This, of course, comes under the category of full exploration to reveal exactly what is taking place in the extreme north and south with our luminaries. Of course, we all know that exploration above and below certain latitudes are not exactly encouraged, in fact quite the opposite. The labels attributed to the luminaries are reversed, as this is a top-down view above them, so I could demonstrate them correctly going east to west. The alignments aren't perfect, but will serve their purpose for this demonstration. I faded the map and grid's opacity in and out so you can see the alignments as they cross the heavens. The program I'm using is called Stellaris and is a free download. The expansion and compression we demonstrated in our Let There Be Light video, may also be playing a part in this, as they send a shockwave north and south. This is very evident in the magnetic data and may play a part in illuminating stars. Remember, Walter Russell states there is only light. At rest it is darkness, and when moved it becomes illuminated. It simply requires the correct circumstances to move, which you will get to see in a few moments. The fantastic constellation presentation One Conscience just presented will be continued into another video sometime. A big shout out go out here to Sandra's hubby, who has been doing some fantastic work in the graphics department and helping APM to bring this story to light. Well done, that man, you know who you are. I want you to pay attention to the Milky Way in this clip. Do you see what I see? Yes, it is the sine wave. If you watch, you will see the sun always rises at the same location of the sine wave and moves with it. The sine wave is our luminary's prime driver. For example, it would push the sun, or rather in the underworld, it would push our solar boat, the scarab beetle, east to west. It would then return east following the movement of the sine wave, as we have shown to be the light they call the ISS. Do we not wonder why that light in the sky follows a sine wave path? I added the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn so you can see it is actually contained between these two locations and very much involved in driving luminaries east to west. This is where our earth chakras come into play. If you remember my first video on this research, I added a waveform across the map as I could see back then that it was related to the chakras and a waveform. That waveform is now decoded as the Milky Way, or perhaps we should call it the Milky Wave. When I showed my Nazca line work, which decoded to me as the technical blueprints to the realm, and the research and decodings One Conscience and myself worked upon, to Jimbo, who is a black box engineer, he instantly recognised it as a setup very similar to a sweepback transformer and flyback killer, a cathode ray tube and an oscilloscope. You can watch Jimbo's breakdown of it on my channel. He is indeed correct, as our research is proving. Jimbo joined us to help with explaining the technical side of this configuration and is always at hand in the background helping when he can. I do think there are more waveforms of various frequencies that drive various luminaries, which we will get to in a moment. You can see how the sun in this clip is being moved within that sine wave. It would arrive in the west, shut down or switch to standby mode and be pushed east again ready for the next sunrise. This would be the flyback killer, which by design moves it as quickly as possible east. The light in the sky we call the ISS, in our opinion, is this light. We decoded it as Isis, Ra's mother, or Mary, the star of the sea. Every culture has a name for this process. We just seem to have forgotten what it all is truly related to.
To break down and decode this realm, we must look at it with a technological mindset, from the workings of it to the scriptures that describe it. Mount Sinai is a good example of one we can decode to show you how it's done easily. Mount Sinai is an unidentified mountain, except for some speculation in scriptures, where Moses receives the laws. So let's give it an APM decode. First, we'll have to put etymology to play here. I like to use a good dictionary to look up the words to find the meanings. You will find that words have other meanings when speaking in terms of electrical, physics, and mathematics. Mount means to climb or ascend, or to increase in amounts. Sin is the abbreviation of the sign in trigonometry. A stands for acceleration. I stands for inertia. Using these definitions, we can see what Mount Sinai really means. To reveal light, you accelerate it from inertia. You use the sine wave to increase the frequency to go from the dark to the light. The yin-yang comes into play here. Dark is the male resting, and white is the female moving light, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. These are the laws given to Moses. The laws were related to the luminaries, such as they will not transgress their bounds, nor stray from their course, which is referenced in the book of Enoch. Once you understand the workings of the realm, it is not hard to understand Enoch and other ancient texts. Okay, here I have taken some bits from Inanna going through the gates of the underworld. This story and all moon deities are relating to the moon and moon phases. This is the shutdown of the moon piece by piece, creating the phases that we see through the month leading up to the new moon, where it is shut down for 3 days. I am Inanna, Queen of Heaven, on my way to the east. Nettie spoke. Stay here, Inanna. I will speak to my queen. I will give her your message. Nettie, the chief gatekeeper of the Kur, entered the palace of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and said, My queen, a maid as tall as heaven, as wide as the earth, as strong as the foundations of the city wall, waits outside the palace gates. She has gathered together the 7 me. She has taken them in her hands, with the me in her possession. She has prepared herself. When Ereshkigal heard this, she spoke. Come, Nettie, my chief gatekeeper of the Kur, heed my words. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld. Then, one by one, open each gate a crack. Let Inanna enter. As she enters, remove her royal garments. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter bowed low. When she entered the first gate, from her head the shagura, the crown of the steep, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the second gate, from her neck the small lapis beads were removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the third gate, from her breast the double strand of beads was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fourth gate, from her chest the breastplate called Let Him Come, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fifth gate, from her wrist the gold ring was removed. What is this? asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the sixth gate, from her hand the lapis measuring rod and line was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the seventh gate, from her body the royal robe was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started towards the throne, the Anuanna. The judges of the underworld surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spoke against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall. When after 3 days and 3 nights Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the assembled places. She circled the houses of the gods. She tore at her eyes. She tore at her mouth. She tore at her thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. The corpse was given to them. The Kugara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galater sprinkled the water of life on the corpse. Inanna rose. And now, hand it over. Technical breakdown of this process from FPV. Thank you.
Okay, so following on from Inanna, who was obviously the moon, and the story was about the lunar phases. I looked into the phases as we previously mentioned and the waveform overlaps that have to be occurring. Lunar phases. This is one occlusion of a waveform on our moon that creates what we call phases. Going back to Inanna, this is the moon being occluded by this waveform until it is in full totality and becomes a new moon. Inanna's me and my 7, total 8 nodes being occluded. The moon has to be a similar halo that has 8 nodes just like our sun. It then goes through its various phases again until its next occlusion. It is the same occlusion but a top-down perspective. This waveform decodes as Rahu. Rahu is a shadow entity if you look it up, one that causes eclipses and is the king of meteors. The moon being swallowed by Rahu is in fact this waveform shadow. Lunar eclipses. We have something special to show you with the lunar eclipses. If you look carefully, you will see it as an occlusion of 2 separate waveforms, one being dark, the other red. This is causing a polarization effect on our spherical ball of light we call the moon. You will notice on the time and date animation they also had to use 2 separate waveforms to achieve the same effect. Here's another top-down view of the lunar eclipse. The red wave decodes as Ketu. This is the second waveform you see going across the moon, then exiting, and then the first larger waveform exits. Ketu is regarded as a shadow planet, but like Rahu, it casts its own shadow. The lunar eclipse is two eclipses in one. Be sure to keep recording after the red wave Ketu has left, or you will miss the first larger waveform exiting the scene. This one still needs identified, but is clearly a larger waveform than Ketu.
Today, let's look into obelisks, temples and other structures around the world. The truth is in plain sight, and because of what we are taught, we do not understand the significance of the structures around us, or the layouts of the very areas around these in the microform of the surrounding areas all the way through the macroforms of towns and cities. The obelisk name came from ancient Greece, obeliscus, diminutive of obelos. Originally they were called tekenu by the ancient Egyptians. Tekenu means to pierce, as in to pierce the sky. Another meaning of pierce, you may not be aware, is to transfix, which means to make motionless. This to me is interpreted as the fixed stars which do not move across the ecliptic, in the same way as planets. They appear to be motionless. These are our constellations. Ancient obelisks are monolithic. They consist of a single stone. Herodotus, a Greek traveller, was the first of recorded history that is told to us to describe the objects. The earliest temple obelisk is still in its original position in Heliopolis and stands 68 feet high and weighs 120 metric ton. It symbolised the sun god Ra. And during the religious reformation of Akhenaten, it was said to have been a petrified ray of the Aten, the sun disk. It was also thought that the god existed within the structure. Let's take a moment and look at some highlights of the Egyptian creation story, as this will relate to the obelisk and the obelisk site designs. In the beginning there was darkness, a watery abyss of chaos, the primordial ocean of Nun. Out of the Nun came the Benben, which is the pyramid whence the sun rose for the first time to light the world. This is also where the first god Atum stood. Atum is the source of everything in the world, thus the creator of all life. Before rising atop the Benben, Atum was floating within the Nun, holding both the male and female aspects within. Atum created life by using the female part in him to spawn the god of air and emptiness, Shu, and his sister Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and mist. Once his first two children were created, the one became three. Chaos left the world and light entered it. Shu and Tefnut mated and produced the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Geb and Nut were in such a tight embrace that they had to be separated by their father, so Geb laid down to form the earth and Nut extended over the earth and became the sky, the duality, as above so below. The Benben stone, also known as the Pyramidion, is the top stone of the Egyptian pyramid. It is also related to the obelisk. The pyramid and obelisk significance have been previously overlooked, especially the astronomical phenomena connected with sunrise and sunset, the zodiacal light and sun pillars respectively. The obelisks used to represent the living deity of the pharaoh. They were raised carefully and positioned so that the first and last light of the day would touch their peaks to honour the sun god. The sun god would then enter on the journey of navigating his barge through the underworld and avoid great destruction by the great serpent Apophis. The ancients used the obelisk to serve as sundials in the journey of Ra across the sky. Some temples were built close enough to the Nile so they became partially submerged during the river's annual flooding. These would then work as the Colosseum, as was shown previously in the Colosseum decode. Some temples were built with the obelisk on top of them and aligned with the sun's daily passage. The alignment was seen in the horizon following the east to west path, as well as the vertical to align as the sun took its journey up and down the gates. Since these times, many of Egypt's obelisks have been destroyed, dismantled for new religions to consume the land, stolen or given to other countries as gifts. Of the 29 original obelisks in Egypt, only 9 remain. Of the 3 obelisks that survived time from Assyria, none remain there. We can find them in the British Museum. From Ethiopia, only 1 remains standing and can be found at the northern Stelae Park in Axum. When the Romans conquered Egypt, they began taking the obelisks as their own. On top of stealing, they erected 7 of their own from Egyptian style. These are found in Aries, France, Munich, Germany, and 5 in Rome. The APM perspective on obelisks are that they are location markers for the angel technologies below. They would represent the direct centre of a halo. They would be directly at the centre of lunar waves and other solitary halos observed in the heavens by many people now. Consider this when halo hunting. You can view various captures of these halos in our videos. A big shout out again to all those people sharing these very special captures.
Here is a bonus decode clip. I looked at these images and noticed the technology hiding within. We will start with Sol, our sun. I fade out the parts we don't need, and lo and behold, we reveal our sun halo. I do think the sun emblem also depicts the nodes we see around our sun halo. Although we see 8 on the large horizontal halo, there may be more on other parts we have not seen as yet. Also take notice of the external solid band. Next is Luna, our moon. Notice this one has been given a face. I think this represents it being able to display the face of the moon, which has to be something close to the projector. The moon halo is very much the same configuration as our sun's halo. Pay particular attention to the waveforms around the moon, which may very well represent the pattern seen with Rahu and Ketu, the 2 waveforms that are definitely involved in the movement of luminaries. Next is Mercury. Notice this one as what we call a vertical halo, but this one contains 2, so it is a different model to the Sun and Moon halo. The star contains 8 nodes, and the external waveform again is reminiscent of Rahu and Ketu, indicating they play a part in the motion or control over this projector. Venus, also containing 8 nodes. Notice how the gap between the 2 vertical halos is much wider than the previous model. This also appears to be controlled by Rahu and Ketu, if we use the external band as a guide to what is controlling its movement. Mars, containing 12 nodes and 2 vertical halos. Again, this one appears to be under Rahu and Ketu's control, as the external band is a guide. This one appears to contain a lot of bands which may decode as pressure waves, as they depict various colours of the spectrum. Jupiter. Notice Jupiter's 2 external bands, which may be counter-rotating accelerators. The stars may depict its high altitude, and the central band does contain more halos. The 2 vertical halos also appear to be larger. Saturn. This one contains 2 external bands, possibly counter-rotating, 2 internal halos, again they may be counter-rotating, and 2 smaller vertical halos that have a different pattern to them. This one contains 7 nodes, but we do also consider Jupiter's moons to be nodes on one of its halos, so they may all contain more nodes than we have actually seen as yet. There is probably more information hiding within these images, but this clip was just to show you what I noticed within them.
Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember, and are most familiar with, these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that in some fashion, but the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electrical force inside that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move, and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell.
two assistants.